Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Check, 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 check. 1 2, check, check.
Confidence check for him. One of them.
Welcome to the Florida Polytechnic Virtual Game Expo, Spring 21. Thank you for joining us. This is an academic showcase where students will be demonstrating and talking about their games that they've been working on throughout the semester. Most of these students are from the computer science department's game design and simulation concentration, although we do have a few independent teams. All of the games will be available to play on itch.io. I encourage everyone who's watching to go play them and leave feedback for the students. All Game Design 2 students will be hosting their games online, so you should be able to play over the internet. Also, as a last reminder, any Florida Polytechnic student, staff, or faculty is welcome to play the scavenger hunt we've set up for this event, and that will close on Sunday at 6 o'clock p.m. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the show. Hello, and we're back to the Sim Lab. I'm joined here by George Westergaard, and he's the creator of Chrono Delver. So George, tell us a little bit about your game.
So my game is 2D action roguelite. It's sort of very it's based on sort of games like I don't if you know Enter the Gungeon. So that's sort of basically what it's based on. It's 2D pixel art in sort of a top-down sort of area where you dungeon crawl and you go around, you face enemies, you collect gold, you can buy upgrades, and you eventually face a boss to basically win the game. It's based on procedural generation, so each room, each time you play, the rooms should be different. No combination should be the same. With the rooms that I have, it's some rooms have to be in there, but a lot of them sort of will just rotate around so that you'll have a couple enemies here and a couple enemies there that'll be different every now and again.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So tell me about any special mechanics to this game or features of this game that are unusual.
So for most action roguelites, it's basically what this is sort of like the general feel is very generic towards what they are, except I added what you see on screen right now is sort of like the sort of a time stop ability where you have 10 seconds to do whatever you want in stopped action where nothing can move. So you would have your players able to move and shoot, however, everything around you is stopped, nothing can happen. You can still take damage though, because I believe if you were invincible within 10 seconds, you could do whatever you want, so that'd be a little bit crazy, but it has a cooldown of like 20 seconds or so you can't spam it and everything. That's basically its major mechanic. At the very end of development, I started adding a couple of staffs that are a little bit different, a little bit unique. Like one of them you saw in the shop, I believe it's actually on right here. It's called the splitter staff. So it never shoots straight, but it does shoot 2 projectiles at once. So you can adjust your play style so it goes at sort of a V angle. There was another one, I believe it's in a different part as well, is a sword staff that would take 2 swords and it would sort of make an X once you sort of shot them. Eventually I figured out that was my one of the best weapons because it was like the most easy to aim and it had the most damage potential. So any meta out there, that would definitely be at the top of it.
I see. I see. Did you have trouble balancing this kind of game? I noticed that.
So yeah, the original, I had 4 staffs originally. It was like water, fire, poison, and then like a basic staff. The basic staff was supposed to be like, you want to get rid of it. So it was the lowest DPS. You're like, I hate using this. But then once you got another staff, they all ranged to like an even DPS number. It just changed fire rates and damage output. So like the poison staff would shoot really fast, but it would deal less damage. The fire staff would shoot really slow, but it would deal a lot of damage. And the water would be like in between. They all ranged around the same DPS. Unfortunately, when I added the sword staff, it kind of like shot through the roof on DPS at the end. So I was like, well, unfortunately, that was the best one to outcome. So the balance on that one definitely didn't really work out. But it does sort of play into a skill factor because the splitter staff also has more projectiles, which is more damage, but you can't aim it as you generally would by shooting straight. You would have to make your crosshair go left or right so that one of the projectiles would hit it, and obviously you would never hit the same enemy with one projectile. But unfortunately, the sword staff, that did happen to be the case where both projectiles would hit at the same point, so it'd do double the damage, basically doubling the DPS that it could do too.
That makes sense. Excellent. No, I mean, it looks like a pretty well balanced actually. So did you do the art or?
No, the art, I have a lot of credits inside the itch page and in the main menu.
Mm-hmm.
I took most of the, so it's mostly the enemies came from somebody, I believe goes by 0x72 on itch. I took their sprites for the most part, and then the dungeon material, I don't remember who it was, but almost all of the background assets, like the doors, the spikes, the ground, basically the entire tile palette, as the dungeon itself came from a different dungeon pack. Some of the effects were a little bit different. Anything that's like number wise, I took. The UI was also taken, and basically the only thing that I adjusted was some of the staffs. I did rework their art. I went into a pixel editor and I changed it so it added more of like a sort of the feel that it should go for. So the fire staff has sort of a static image of fire at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Water staff is purposely blue. The sword staff, I just added a couple of sprites of swords and I shrunk them down to make them pixelized. And then the splitter, I had to manually like make 2 different staffs heads go at sort of an angle.
Okay, that's fine. Excellent. So here, are you going to show us the boss here pretty soon?
It's not soon. It's near the end.
Okay.
It's a linear style game where you start it and you have to go all the way to get to the boss at the very end. The boss was definitely really hard to balance because I think when I had a test group QA the boss, A lot of them didn't pass it, but I couldn't understand why. I guess it was because I knew exactly what it was going to do whenever it was going to do it. So I always knew the exact location to be. I knew when it was going to fire projectiles. So I always was able to do it without getting hit. And I was like, I don't understand what's going on. But then I like thought, oh wait, they have no idea what's going to happen. So I eventually made it have more phases depending on health. So as you got to a certain point, it would transition to different attack styles. It would shoot at different locations. It would at one point it sort of teleports around the room, so you shouldn't know where it's gonna go. But it does move to a certain speed where it can still collide with you. This is actually it.
Okay.
I made it so that you had to walk into the room, and it would start chasing you once you hit a trigger for it. You can see with the phase change when it has a little bit of invincibility with its sort of transparency as it shows, and then this would be the phase where it sort of like teleports around the room.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm. It's like a bullet hell mechanic. This is what I envisioned for the time stopping mechanic. Normally you would be like, there's a lot of things on screen, so I have no idea how to dodge all this. So you could like take a couple seconds to reposition yourself, get a couple shots in, and whatnot. But eventually the time stop in itself became a little bit broken, where I could just completely finish the fight within the 10-second time frame. So if I had to go back and redesign this, I would definitely make it so that the boss had some way to counter the time stop. My original plan was to have like a couple bosses, and the final one you couldn't use your time stop, so you get used to it so much, and at the very end it just stops you from using it, and instead it uses it against you. So every like couple seconds, you would have to stop, and you couldn't shoot, but you could get shot at, and every projectile would like hone on your position. Unfortunately, didn't really come out to that in the end, but
No, that's good. I mean, that's for a demo, it's really good. I'm just curious, without going too nitty gritty in the detail, how did you implement the time stop? Is there like a kind of a high level algorithm you used for it?
So for the most part, it all dealt with rigid bodies. It all dealt with the velocities. I would stop them. So each object that stops has a rigid body. I had a time manager that would hold all the top level variables, and then I would have a time body component on each of the objects that had the rigid body, and every time I press a button, it would enact certain booleans, so it would make checks true, and if it was true, it would go through the list, find each object that had a certain component, the time body, and it would stop their rigid bodies in place. And I also had to get it to where to stop the animation too, because just watching something go on its idle or run animation didn't look good, so I had to go through that, and I had to disable the animator. I couldn't find an animation to just stop it, so I had to actually disable it and re-enable it once it went through. But that was for the most part, and then I had it so it would force it at the bottom. You could see it, so it would have 20 seconds start, so you know the cooldown is 20 seconds, and it would have a clock that goes black, so that you saw what time you had left, and then red would be like the remaining cooldown.
Okay, excellent. No, that's a good way of doing it. I know a lot of students in the past have had trouble with time stop, so this is actually a really elegant solution. So any future plans for this game? Wrap up here.
I was originally planning to. I think that I could definitely improve it with a lot of like variety. For instance, like the room generation is almost sort of like once you understand what can be where and how it's going to happen, it's sort of like I know what's going to happen, so you can prepare for it. You just will never get hit because you'll be like, I know this guy moves this way, I know that's going to happen. So I would definitely have like more randomized and varietal room generation. And I definitely would have fixed the boss up. I would have added more, but I think I'm going to step away from it because I put a lot of time into this. And over the past week, it was sort of like a mind melt there at the very end. So at this point, I'm gonna leave it. If I ever come back, I'll definitely use a different philosophy and different mechanic wise. But if I ever come back to a certain roguelike game, I will definitely take inspiration for what I've done before.
Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us. This is George Westergaard, and this is his game Chrono Trigger. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, and we're back in the Sim Lab. I'm joined by Mark Ellis, and he is the creator of The Last Defense. So, Mark, tell me a little bit about the game and what inspired you for the mechanics of the game.
So the game is a top-down shooter combined with a tower defense, with all of the core mechanics of both of those games combined together. And it was inspired mainly by just my love for tower defense games like Bloons Tower Defense or Kingdom Rush. But the mechanic itself was mostly inspired by Dungeon Defenders, where you have the towers on the track and the enemies and the player, and the towers all interact with each other and can damage each other.
I see. And I noticed that you have a hero element too. Is that part of the mechanic, or how does that play into the mechanic of the tower defense?
Yeah, so the player can buy weapons and items and grenades and all that to help his towers with fighting the enemies. And so you can either focus on buying stuff for your hero or buying towers. And some of the later levels actually kind of require you to use both because there's like multiple choke points.
I see. So tell me what the different kind of enemies do. What are the different kind of enemies?
So there's normal enemies that just try to get from point A to point B. And then there's also, expanding on that, flying enemies that can only be targeted by the rifle tower and the air defense tower. So that makes them slightly harder, even though they have the same amount of health. And then there's also enemies that target you, so you have to kind of worry about them as well as the other enemies that are just trying to run past you. And then there's also enemies that have a lot of health and target your towers, to also make you choose whether you want to save your towers or focus on the enemies that are trying to get to the end.
Okay. So there's three different objectives for the enemies, and one to either get to the end, one to attack you, or one to attack your towers.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any problem balancing a game with that kind of mechanic? Like, how'd you balance the game for that?
So there was originally some balancing issues with like the game being too difficult, but I was able to get it to where it felt pretty good by increasing the amount of money you get so that you can buy more towers, because then the enemies, it's not as devastating when you lose a tower.
Mm-hmm.
And then also just balancing it to have the amount of health that each enemy has relative to like the damage that you do and the towers do.
Okay, I see. And how does the game balance between the damage or the towers, items, and enemies? Like, well, you already talked about how the enemies kind of focused, but how do you balance between items for your hero and the towers?
So it's kind of a rock, paper, scissors mechanic between enemy speed and health and the tower damage. So 3 of the towers, the missile, the air defense, and the mortar, are significantly stronger than the other 3, but they use projectiles instead of ray tracing. So if the enemy moves fast enough, it makes it so that the tower will most likely miss, unless you are strategic about your tower placement and place it like on a straight path. And they also have longer ranges and slower projectile movements to kind of further increase that, to where you have to be careful about where you place your towers.
Okay, excellent. Were there any options or features that had to be scrapped that you originally intended for the game?
Yeah, so I was able to get everything I wanted into the game, but the one thing that I had to scrap was I wanted to have tower upgrades. And so I wanted each tower to have like 2 or 3 paths that you could follow that would change the mechanic of the tower, as well as possibly affect close by towers, but I just didn't have time to add that in.
Are you planning on working on this afterwards, or?
I have not decided yet.
Not decided yet? All right. So tell me about the level design. So in a tower defense game, the level design is usually very important. How did you set up the level design for your mechanic?
So aside from the obvious of it just being a path for the enemies, I also, like, as you can see here, we have the flat area, so the player can actually walk over that and shoot over that, and the towers can as well, even though the towers can only be placed on the path. And then in the later levels, I pretty much eliminated that, which increases the difficulty of the game, because now you have to follow the path along with the enemies, and the towers have less range depending on where you place them.
I see. Okay. How do the various different items, I see different item options down there, how do they differ and what functionality they have?
So you have like three main types of items. You have guns, grenades, and then medical items.
Mm-hmm.
So the guns are your basic like damage dealing from the player, and I tried to include mechanics for like each play style, from like the shotgun firing multiple bullets, and the LMG firing a bunch of bullets that don't do much damage, to kind of fit any play style the player would want. And then the grenades also do like area damage, but there's also the stun grenade that doesn't do damage, but it instead sets the enemy's movement to almost 0 for like 3 seconds. So you can use that in combination with the tower to kind of keep them inside the tower range for longer, especially with the machine gun that has very small range. And
Okay.
then there's also the medical items that kind of boost the player, of like either restoring health, or you can get armor to like double your health, or there's the stem that like significantly increases your speed, which can help with kiting the enemies that are trying to attack you.
I see. So the idea would be like if I was a very advanced player for your game, then I'd want to use my items in correlation with the towers I've chosen, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So how many waves are there per level?
There are 15 waves.
15 waves. Oh, I see. This is a different level. So
Yeah,
this
this is level 2.
This is, I'm taking this says reduced area for your towers.
Yeah.
I mean, multiple spawn points. I see.
Yeah, this level is kind of like a straight path level, so you have less time to react to enemies, less space to put them, and it just generally increases the difficulty from level 1.
It seems like the enemies are faster. Is that just?
Yeah, these are the fast enemies,
Oh.
so they have low health and move very quickly to try to run past your towers, and those are the ones that you have to be careful with the projectiles missing.
How did you have a chance to play test this with anyone else?
Yeah, I was able to play test it with quite a few people.
How they respond to this level? Did they have trouble with this level?
Nobody actually played past level 1.
Oh no. Okay. All right. And then so is there anything special at the end of the wave? You get to the wave 15 just goes to a new level, or is something special happen?
So the last wave is actually kind of a boss fight. It has just one enemy that has a lot of health. He can't be stunned and moves a little bit fast. So you have to just prepare all of your towers, rebuild anything that you've lost. You get a lot of money on the wave before to prepare for it.
Okay.
And then it's just trying to deal as much damage as you can before he gets to the end.
Makes sense. What AI does the boss use, or does it vary?
The boss just tries to get to the end.
Just gets the end.
I had originally had him try to attack the towers and kind of just destroy your whole board, but I found that made him too easy.
I can see that. Excellent. All right. What are your plans in the future? So for like game dev and.
To continue just working on small projects and continue to develop my skills, and hopefully I would like to work on larger projects, especially with like multiplayer games.
Well, that opportunity will be coming. I
Yeah.
promise. All right. Excellent. Thank you. This is Mark Ellis, everyone, and his game, The Last Defense. Play it on itch.io. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to... All right, welcome back to the Sim Lab. I'm joined by Andrew, Nathaniel, and James, the creators of Melt. So, just starting off, like, tell us about this game. It's an interesting trailer, so tell us about this game.
So our game is what we like to call a competitive stealth game. It has, the concept is that you're a snowman, an angry snowman in the final days of summer, or winter, apologies, and all you want to do is like just be done with your snow life, get out of there. So as the game progresses, your health is slowly decreasing. And when you throw a snowball at another snowman, because you want to be the first one to die, when you throw a snowball at another snowman, he loses his health, and he gains health. Dang it, I'm sorry. He gains health to prevent him from dying. And then there are also, so your goal is to hide from all the players, but there are like enemies that roam around. So one of them is trying to push you out of your hiding spots. It just patrols, and if it touches you, it adds health to you, which you don't want. And then there's fire wisps. So if you touch them, they can remove health from you and get you closer to your goal. So
Interesting. In that kind of mechanic, how did you balance it? So, did you guys find any way to like break the mechanic where you could die too quickly, or find a way to like kind of cheat the system?
the health, like, it was a really big balancing act that we're not actually sure if we've nailed down properly yet, because we wanted it to be evident that you're losing health over time without losing too much health at the same time. And so, yeah, there's a lot of like really minute little issues with like trying to nail it down so people don't lose health too fast or something like that. But like my biggest concern was if somebody played too aggressively, they might be able to prolong the game indefinitely by just filling up somebody's health bar forever. And I never figured out a way around that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm noticing some wisp or these clouds running around. What are these? Talk about these clouds I see on the screen.
The clouds have a large trigger collider underneath them that allows them to, like, when a player enters it, it adds health, like something like 2 health per half a second, something like that. And so, like, your goal is to stay as far away from the clouds as possible. You also notice that each snowman has like different colored scarves and outfits and stuff, and then the health bars correspond to the other players' accoutrements.
Okay. Excellent. So talk to me about how'd you break up the workload? What did each of you do on the project?
So we kind of broke it up similar to how we did our last game, where I did all of the art, Nathan did all of the sound effects, and then Andrew took lead on the code for all of this. So
And design.
yeah. So we kind of came up with the idea based off of, we knew that we were going to have a time constraint on this, being seniors in our last semester here. So we knew that we wanted to make the assets a little bit more simple. And we thought, what could be more simple than a snowman? And as we thought more and more about it, we thought, okay, well, what if rather than just making a standard first-person shooter, what if we made it almost more of a race than a shooter, in that you're racing to get the least amount of HP. So we kind of just took that and ran with it, and we're really pleased with how simple the concept is, but still how much we've been able to play around with it, and we feel like there's a lot of growth that can still come from where we are.
Every person we've described it to has been like, that sounds like a really fun game that I want to play. Because like my goal for a long time has been to try and make something new out of the stealth genre, because they're all pretty much the same loop of hiding and then killing and then that sort of thing. So I wanted to make something that was different, and so that's how the multiplayer competitive stealth game came about. You can't really hide in our current version of the game, but you know.
No, that would be interesting, especially taking this. Are you planning on taking this a little further, expanding or improving upon it? Maybe put in a level.
Our goal is to like we've got all this code now. We've got all these art assets that James made. You saw animations earlier. So we have art, music, and sounds that Nathan made, and so we have all this stuff. I think our goal is to put it all to use at some point.
Excellent. So, how did you kind of picture the stealth mechanic with snowmen though? That's kind of unusual. Like what was going to be the way to hide in an environment especially with like a third person camera?
So my original version of the game was like you're a paparazzi in a place where you're not supposed to be, and you're trying to take pictures of other paparazzi, and you gain points for better pictures, and that was the competitive stealth aspect. And so then, by necessity we wanted to have simple assets for the jam, we decided to put it into snowmen. So what we would have done would have like falling apart decrepit snowmen around the map, so people would mistake them for other snowmen, and you would be able to crouch and hide. And if you were sprinting, because you can also sprint, you can't throw snowballs, so that encourages more cautious play style. And yeah, the third-person camera is inspired by the Hitman games, because that's pretty much when you go in like a cave or something. That's pretty much the place where the camera's set. So it's supposed to, it lets you see as much as you can, but hopefully people will still blend in with the environment and stuff.
And a little bit about the level, since you're asking about the stealth aspect. The game will be taking place in a park, so it's kind of a public park where a little bit about the lore. Children have come to the park to play, and they've made these snowmen, and now winter's winding down. So a lot of the inspiration, a little bit ago, they actually just showed on the screen a drawing that I did of the quick little idea for a level. So I was heavily inspired by paintball arenas, where they kind of just have obstacles in the way. So I wanted that organic park feel to where it wouldn't feel like you weren't in a park, but you still have enough structures to kind of sneak around, going maybe from behind tree to tree, hiding behind benches, shrubs, things like that. We're planning on having different assets in each corner to differentiate it. So maybe one part of the park would have like a playground to kind of hide around. The other would maybe have a water feature with more benches.
Okay.
So different things like that. That way it feels organic, but still enough to sneak around. Because as part of a stealth game, sneaking is very important. When you're constantly melting every second, you need to be able to hide properly, so it doesn't just turn into any other third or first person shooter.
Yeah, that makes sense. So talk to me about the art. I know, where did you get the inspiration for the art?
So a lot of it was as soon as we decided on the snowman theme, the easiest spot to turn to was, Christmas or winter classics like Frosty the Snowman. And what I really wanted to do, and what was encapsulated a little bit more in the trailer and in some of the art that I was doing earlier, was I wanted to give it that kind of storybook vibe. And so I was messing around with shaders a little bit. It didn't make it into the final cut of what we're seeing right now, but I was trying to get more of like a toon shading look to kind of just get you into that feel of that that winter aesthetic, I suppose.
No, it makes sense. Yeah, excellent. No, it was. I liked the trailer. I liked it. It kind of reminded me of the old Calvin Hobbes a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if I had any inspiration, but
Yeah, and your voice is actually in the trailer. So.
world class voice acting, right there.
Yeah.
Well, excellent. No, I mean it does. I like the premise. I would be kind of curious how you balance the mechanic on a trying to die style game, because generally that ends up usually being too quick.
Yeah.
And that's so I would be interested in how you would go about balancing that mechanic out. And there's also the everyone just hides and doesn't come out scenario, and
That's what. So
Yeah.
we have a selection of enemies. So you have the fire wisp, which encourages people to go out and try and hurt them or heal themselves. No, hurt themselves. Dang it!
It's hard thinking backwards.
Yeah. And I'm really tired. It's not helping. So it encourages people to go out and get hurt, and then the clouds push people out of their hiding spots. We had a third one, which we didn't get to implement, well, because we have such a small little square, basically. But it was a snow plow that would have come by the park and pushed a bunch of snow over the fence, so you would have been pushed away from the sides of the park, because that would have healed you a whole bunch. So, yeah.
We tried to make our enemies maybe a little less as enemies, but more as incentives to move around. Because the last thing we wanted was everyone gets into the lobby, the match starts, and no one moves.
Everybody just hides and stays.
We want to incentivize that, yes, this is a stealth game, you are supposed to hide, but you need to move around, and you really do get that advantage with the Fire Wisp, because that actually helps you reach your goal faster. So you kind of want to sneak around at least searching for that, but also not getting caught.
See. Well, thank you, Andrew, Nathaniel, and James. Thank you. Play the game Melt. And again, thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to
crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Hi, welcome back to the 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. My name is Christian Navarro. With us in the studio today, we have Alexander with his 2D platformer, Fen's Way Home.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, Alexander. Who is Fen? Can you tell us who Fen is?
So, Fen, he is a fox that he just was visiting his friend, his rabbit friend, and he now has to make his way back home. But unfortunately, on his way back, there is now a bunch of wild animals that are stopping him from getting home safely. So now you need to help him get back home.
Okay. With a standard platformer, I know there's a lot of jumping around to get to different levels. Are there any special mechanics in this game that help you get to maybe higher levels, double jump, or special kind of climb techniques?
So in the game, there is a mechanic of having weapons or guns, as you might see them as. When you fire them, they actually have some recoil. So when you fire it, depending on which direction you're aiming, it'll push you back in the opposite direction. So if you use that by like saying aiming down, and you could use that to like either get to a higher place than Fen can normally jump, or you could use it to cross gaps that normally Fen couldn't reach in a single jump.
Oh, that's rather unique. I like that.
Yeah, you
There-
can see it here.
Okay, so now he has a weapon, he's firing, and I see that's pushing Fen. Oh, now he's going up in the air as he fires down, so that's going to help him get to higher elevations.
Yeah, so firing at the start of your jump or at the peak is how you can get like the maximum height. So here, Fen can't reach this jump normally, but instead, if he uses the gun, he can also just use it to cross the gap. And you can see every time that he jumps, there's this little panel that pops up that has like 3 lemon pellets, if you want to call it that, which represent how many bullets he can fire while he's in the air. So it just counts down to show you how many more times that you can fire before you need to land.
Okay, so you've added constraints to the game to encourage the player to use their weapons smartly and jump strategically. Looking at this platformer, I'm guessing that you've had inspiration in other platformer games.
Yeah, that is true. But actually, the initial inspiration for my game came from a different game that's just like a completely different genre called Nuclear Throne. And in that game, it's actually a twin stick shooter, 2D twin stick shooter, top down. It's very loud and intense, but that was where I got my initial idea. And as I was doing that, I realized that might be a bit more complicated than what I expected. So I went ahead with a platformer that would kind of mix something that's like Nuclear Throne with some platforming mechanics.
Okay, what was the most challenging part of this game?
The most challenging part. I don't know. There was a lot of small things that kind of just bothered me over a long period of time. But some of the struggles I had was making sure that like the gun would actually push Fen in the direction that he's supposed to go, along with like making sure that he's actually moving. So
So I'm curious. I see in the HUD in the top left showing different weapons and some hearts. What are these part of the rewards, or are these just inventory levels? How do we keep track of what we have and what are the rewards?
So, in the game, it's a linear style progression. So, other than the first two weapons that you see from the left to the right, which is like a revolver and a shotgun, the additional two after that are just these secrets that you can go out of your way to get, which are just like very overpowered gun, as you could say.
Okay.
I think we missed it already, but the golden revolver that you get, it actually fires much faster. So you can click as much as you want, and you can just basically spam click it, and it'll fire a ton of bullets compared to like the normal revolver. So
And where does Fen get the golden revolver?
in the second level, so it's actually soon after you get the shotgun. I placed it so that you could see the gun as you're like getting the shotgun, so you could like go and collect it like after, if you like are aware of your surroundings.
So if I was hadn't played this game before, I'm new to Fen's Way. What level of difficulty would I face? Is it straightforward as far as maybe what our goals are for Fen, or are there a lot of strategies or key combinations that we have to learn before we get started?
I think as someone without very much experience with using multiple keys and such in combination, it might be a bit of a struggle for thinking about how to use the gun to help you in platforming.
Okay.
But I tried to design it in a way that you wouldn't feel too pressured, at least for the first two levels. You wouldn't feel too pressured while platforming to be able to progress through the game.
Now you reveal the first two levels. What is it about the third level or higher that might add some challenges?
So the third level features a lot more enemies, and as you can see, this is currently the third level, so there's a lot of jumps that you can't normally see that are off screen.
Oh, okay.
Here I am just wandering around the level to show it off. All these levels you can kind of just walk to the right and eventually get to the end. But in this third level, it's more of like verticality, along with just featuring more enemies and traps to stop you from progressing.
Congratulations, you helped Fen get back home. I see there's some spikes in the moat-like area. Is that a hazard? We'll lose health points?
Yeah, so when you touch the spike, you will be teleported to a last position that you touch the ground. This was kind of tricky to do because I had to make sure that the player wasn't like standing on an edge, so they wouldn't just fall back in as soon as they got teleported back. So that was one of the annoying struggles I had. Here I'm just showing off that you could just change the key bindings.
So what's next for Fen's Way? We're thinking more levels, boss level, or are we done with this and we're ready for the next project?
If I had to continue to work on the game, I would definitely want to create either more levels or improve upon some of the current levels, because there are some neat little obstacles that I thought of like after the game was already finished, that I thought like, oh, this would have been like really cool to do, but I wasn't too sure on whether or not I wanted to do so, because it might be like too difficult for like a normal player.
Okay. So maybe maybe there could be a Fen's Way Home too. with more advanced challenges and new game mechanics
Yeah,
they introduce.
one of the things that I wanted to do was, or I was trying to struggle between was to whether or not how much physics I wanted to have in the game. So when you fire the gun, it actually only pushes you back for a certain amount of time. But I was trying to contemplate between either doing that or having the gun always push you back, kind of like how, like real life, you would keep going horizontally until you like started to interact with something. So like if say you were going to the if you were getting pushed back to the right, if you were to hold left, then you would like slow down until you can eventually like start going left again, or until you like hit the ground, then it would start decreasing that that velocity that you have. But currently it's just a set amount of time that you're just being affected by a velocity.
Okay. Have you considered different weapons would have different amounts of recoil?
Yeah, so here I have the golden gun,
Okay.
or golden shotgun, which actually makes you jump a lot higher with the normal shotgun.
Ah, okay.
Currently they don't do any more damage than each other, or to their counterparts at least. Right now it's just affecting either like recoil or the speed you can fire at. There's the mechanic of teleporting after touching spikes, and here I just show off the death screen.
Ben needs a break. He's been running a lot and jumping.
Yeah.
All right. And so the goal of the game is to get back home, obviously alive. Is that possible to do with one gameplay? Can you win the game, or is it just an endless game?
Yeah, you can. It's since it's a linear progression, there's only 3 levels, and you just progress from level 1 to 3 each time. Sorry, I forgot about that question. But roughly when I was doing the gameplay video, each level took about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to beat, and that was just me like limiting myself and not like pushing myself to be the fastest. I was like at a normal casual speed.
Okay.
So I think it's mostly accessible. It's just using combinations of a bunch of keys together might be difficult for people who are unfamiliar with games.
Okay, but it doesn't seem like with some practice, they'll be able to get Fen on his way home. Well, is there anything you'd like to add? We're about to wrap up our session today.
I would definitely say that developing a game is a lot of effort, and I'd say that people should try it, but try to set constraints for yourself and make sure you have an end goal in mind so that you don't end up just making a game forever and never actually like finishing it.
Okay, well, you definitely finished this one. So you heard it from Alexander. Set goals for yourself, set constraints, so you have a clear vision of what you want that game to look like. And we don't want it to last, programming to last forever. Have a plan in place, how long you're going to work on it, what your goals are. Make sure they're realistic, right, Alexander? Thank you for coming to us and sharing with us Fen's Way Home. Check it out on itch.io, play the game, enter the scavenger hunt, answer the questions, and win prizes. So my name is Christian Navarro with Florida Poly University. We have Alexander with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to...
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Welcome back to the 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. I'm Christian Navarro. In the studio with us, we have Gabrielle, who is the developer for the game Orbits. Now, Orbits is a platformer game that I see traces of maybe Celeste or Shovel Knight on there, but there's some other unique elements. Can you tell us what the primary inspiration for this game were?
Of course. I had a lot of inspiration in terms of games, especially in terms of aesthetics, but for the gameplay mechanic, the primary inspiration for me was an experience I had while playing The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures. I noticed that it was incredibly fun multiplayer, and I enjoyed it a lot, but unfortunately, the single-player mode I didn't have a lot of fun with because the game was very clearly built to be enjoyable for multiplayer, but not single-player. So, for Orbits, I decided that I was going to try and see how I would fix that sort of problem by pretending that I was making a multiplayer game. Well, a single-player mode for a multiplayer game. And from that, I was able to come up with a very interesting mechanic, I think.
Okay, so it looks like there's two actual game fields going at the same time. Are there two different players playing this?
No, it's a single-player game. The player is controlling both of them at once or one separately at a time. They are linked to the keys that were shown previously in the video in the tutorial level. F for pulse on the top, J for asterisk on the bottom, GH for both. I had intended it to be a puzzle-based platformer so that the player needs to think carefully about where they want to go and how they want to move through a level.
Okay, well that's a very interesting mechanic, having your player control two different avatars simultaneously. The characters, I believe, are Pulse and Asterisk that you're controlling. Is there a story behind those names? Those are very interesting names.
The names themselves were honestly just, I came up with them. I tried to think about what I would imagine a robot would be named, and I came up with Pulse, and then similarly, I like the idea of naming them after mildly like mechanical concepts slash items that we find in the world today, and came up with Asterisk.
Okay. Is there a backstory or a narrative to Pulse and Asterisk?
Pulse and Asterisk are both robots that were sort of captured by a research group who were intending to transport them to the planet that they find themselves on now. However, their ship crashed after colliding with a meteorite and sort of destroyed all of the researchers while leaving them intact. However, since they had been experimented on at some point before actually crashing, they were forced into the situation where they have this orbit tied to them. The experiment was intending to combine them into one being to increase their powers, but since it was ineffective, it reads them as being in the same location while they actually are not. And if they move out of that range of movement, then they will both be destroyed.
Okay, so are we going for a regular motion picture film, or this a televised series? You have quite an elaborate backstory here.
Yeah, I liked to think about what I wanted the game to be like in terms of aesthetics and story before I thought incredibly deeply about the mechanic, because I thought that the story could be used to guide the mechanic instead of the other way around. I thought that that was an interesting way of doing things because the story inspired me to make a lot of decisions regarding the mechanic that I don't think I would have come up with otherwise.
Well, the story is indeed important with games, with films, with music. We're trying to tell a story, and we're trying to convey certain emotions. And with games, we also want to make them entertaining, provide feedback. Now, I know you're a student in advanced sound design for gaming. Did you spend any time with the sound design, sound effects, or ambience?
I did spend a lot of time with it.
Okay.
Specifically, I wanted each level to have a distinct feeling to it, a different background noise that could try to immerse players in the game. To do this, I recorded sounds off of Poly's campus effectively, finding different areas where I could find the best natural ambience, and then combined some of the tracks I thought were best into a loopable track using editing to make it sound, I guess, more natural. Weird to say it like that, but it worked. And to contrast that, I decided to use primarily synthesized and highly edited sounds for Pulse and Asterisk, because I wanted to convey to the player that they are not in an area that's familiar to them, these characters. I wanted to make it clear that, like, they don't know this place or what it has in it. So contrasting the noises that they produce with the very natural sounds of the environment kind of creates a sort of distance or a sense of fear between them and their environment, which is something I wanted to convey.
So you're generating tension by using sound design at increasing the contrast between the music sound elements.
Yes, I liked the idea of it because primarily natural calming sounds aren't thought of something that can create tension, but when used effectively, I think that it can be a very helpful tool.
So you're not just doing the programming, you're telling an entire story with emotions, feelings, visual components, audible components. Can you tell us what's going on in the gameplay right now?
The gameplay right now, that's one of the platforming segments of the game. So this is the second level. It's in a darker forest inside of the first level, which you saw in the tutorial. So right now they're trying to navigate to the other side of this level, but as you can see, if they leave the orbits, they'll both explode. So I'm trying to avoid that in the gameplay here. There's a bit of leeway in terms of the orbit as to not make the game unplayable, but at the same time, I could feel my heart stop whenever one of them got close to the edge. So I certainly think that I succeeded in terms of creating tension.
Definitely. So Pulse and Asterisk should always have to be within the same orbit, or
They're always supposed to be within their same orbits right now as a result of the experimentation.
Okay.
I haven't created any levels that don't rely on the orbit mechanic. If I were planning to expand the game further, which I think is a very viable option at this point, then I might decide to make additional levels in which they aren't reliant on the orbit feature if they were able to find a cure for this.
Sounds well thought out. I'd like to see what we can do with part 2 of this. Now, what are the rewards in this game? How can we win, and how do we know if we're winning?
Winning was primarily determined by finishing levels and getting farther into the world. So the last level isn't a natural environment. It's within one of the main research labs. The plan was initially to have a cutscene showing them escaping, though that was cut for time constraints, and I found that I was able to tell a story effectively through other mediums than straight up cutscenes. So, because of this, I'm not, sorry, what was the question again? I
I was
forgot.
asking about winning the game and the
Right.
rewards.
Right, so there are two different reward systems in place. I haven't mentioned this very much, but there are branching paths within this game. Since it's an unfamiliar planet, I wanted players to be able to decide what they wanted to do, what they wanted to explore. So at each point in the level, it's divided into two rooms. A top room, which is a platform-based one like you're seeing here, and a bottom one, which is a battle-themed one.
Oh.
So the battle-themed ones all have battle-themed items that go along with it, which are usually single-use. But the last two levels have two different upgrades. These are arms that can enhance and decrease certain abilities. So it's a sort of cross trade. But I think that it made it very interesting and customizable for battle in terms of some raise offense while dropping defense, some raise the item use while dropping defense, etc. And for the platforming segments, I had intended a notes mechanism, which you can see here. So the notes mechanism wasn't able to be fully implemented in time due to time constraints. However, these notes were intended to tell more of the story from the perspective of one of the researchers working on this planet, who was destroyed in the ship's destruction.
Okay.
These notes were intended to be a way of relaying more information to the player without needing to implement full cutscenes, and a natural way of telling a story without effectively shoving it in the player's face, like, this is what the world is like, this is what happened. I thought that having it in the form of journal entries from one of the characters would be a very solid and interesting way of conveying the story.
Would it be true to assume you also enjoy playing other games that have deep stories and narratives in them?
Yes, I particularly am fond of the environmental-based storytelling in Metroid and the sort of subtle nature of backstory in, for example, Kirby games. Like the pause screen lore and information that you can get from the Kirby games is very interesting, and it's something that you can go the entire game without picking up on if you're not careful. I think that subtle ways of telling a story like this are very interesting in games because it allows viewers to pick up on things that they might not be able to notice in other media that they're not in control of. Because when you're playing through it, you'll naturally notice a lot more than you would just, say, watching it.
Well, I think you inspired me to go back to the Kirby game and find out what I've been missing. I thought it was just a ball of yarn running around trying not to get eaten by anglerfish, but I think I need to go back and find out what is the story in this game. I might enjoy it a lot more like you have.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Is there anything you would like to share before we wrap this up?
I can't think of anything in particular. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. I hope you your game does well. Everyone, please check out Orbits, and that's on itch.io. You can also do the scavenger hunt, win prizes, answer questions. So thank you very much for joining us today. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to Spring 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo, and I have Cameron with me today. Cameron is actually the developer of the game Kobayashi's Redemption. So let me start with asking the question everyone has in their mind. Who is Kobayashi and why is he looking for redemption?
Kobayashi is the son of the shogun of the Red Fire clan, and he's trying to get redemption because Yoshimoto, who is now the leader of the Black Crest Dragon clan, got revenge on the Red Fire Dragon clan because they killed his father. So he killed Kobayashi's father. So now Kobayashi, and they took over the castle of the Red Fire Dragon clan. So now Kobayashi is just fighting his way to the top where Yoshimoto is to have a samurai duel with him and try to get redemption for his family.
Okay. So as we can see on the screen, you made a 2D platformer. What was the reasoning behind that?
2D platformer was the first game that I ever played as a kid, so I thought it would make sense to have my first game I actually made myself also be a 2D platformer.
So was there an inspiration behind this game?
Just like the typical like platformers that everyone knows, like Super Mario and stuff like that. I always think those games are really fun, and I like how they embed hidden puzzles into the jumping mechanics of the game.
Oh yeah. So you picked the setting of 1800s Japan. Was there a reasoning behind that?
The only reasoning that I could think was just to kind of fit the feel of what the game is. It's supposed to be like back when there was like samurais and ninjas and just clans fighting each other.
So you mentioned Mario was one of the inspirations. Do you have any other inspirations for this game?
Not that come to like mind right now, but basically any kind of like puzzle jumping game, like games that have jumping puzzles and aspects like that.
So as a developer, you had to go through do your quality checks. What is the most challenging part of the game for a new player?
Probably the third level of this game is because that's where I really start to make the jumping puzzles a little intense, and there's also an area where if you fail to jump, you fall to your death into a bed of spikes. So that's probably and there's a lot of enemies on the third level as well. So that's the third level really challenges the player.
So you made the game with using sprites. Did you make any of the sprites or?
No, all these sprites are from the asset store or other websites that offer free game art.
So, what is next for this game?
Well, since I didn't really get to like finish the game completely how I imagined it, so if anything, I might reincorporate the boss fight, because the boss fight at the end is kind of feels like you're just fighting another enemy, but just with a lot of health. So if anything, I might go back and make that more interesting.
So, you mentioned changing the boss fight a little bit. Was there any mechanic that you wanted to implement but you didn't have time for?
I wasn't able to, there is a mechanic in the boss fight where once he gets to half health, he starts to move faster and attack faster. But it's kind of hard to tell that if you don't know that it's going to happen. So if I had time to make animations that would let the player know that he's enraged, that would have been nice. And then also maybe having him have more than just a sword attack.
Oh, nice. So do you plan on further developing this game?
Yeah, after a little bit of rest, because this game definitely, and this semester just kind of took a lot out of me, so.
Oh yeah. So since now you know how to create games in Unity, do you plan on maybe picking up a different platform and trying to maybe develop a game in that platform, or what is next for Cameron, the game developer?
Well, next semester I have to make a multiplayer game, and I'd like to try to make a shooter because that's another type of game that I like to make. So hopefully my group that I get wants to make a shooter with me.
So, can you explain us? So we have the gameplay on the screen. Can you explain us a little bit what is going on?
Alright, so this looks to be the third level. So here Kobayashi is fighting one of the 3 enemies that are in the game.
Mhm.
And then here's some of the jump puzzles to get up. Which is kind of like an aspect that I liked about this game, is that unlike like Mario and stuff where it's a side scroller, this game's kind of more vertical. But yeah, we're just fighting enemies here, trying to see if we can maybe find some secret upgrades like a fireball or a special sword attack that does more damage to enemies than the normal.
So was there a move, a move or a weapon that made this game, easier, or how did you balance the game?
Balancing was just through a lot of play testing, and I feel like it probably could still be balanced a little bit better, but it's in a good spot now. And the weapon that is probably the best thing for the player to find is the special sword attack, because it does 100 damage when it hits an enemy, and the enemies that can one hit the black enemies and almost one hit the throwing enemies.
How do you equip that skill?
You have to find it in the map. It's hidden in the map, and once you run into it, it'll go into your inventory, which is shown at the bottom of the screen. And then you just, when you want to use it, you just right-click attack instead of left-click.
All right, great.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming we are getting close to the boss.
Yeah, when I was recording the gameplay, my computer was kind of making it hard to do jumps and stuff because it was kind of slowing down, but it should be getting to the boss soon.
All right, Cameron, do you have anything else to add?
I would appreciate if anyone plays the game, gives me feedback on how I can make it better, and yeah, that's about it.
Yes, all our games are available for download on itch.io. Please go on there, download our games, rate our students, give feedback, and if you are a Florida Poly student, faculty or staff, you can participate in the online scavenger hunt and win prizes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
All right, welcome back to Spring 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. Here in the studio, I have Zach Saylor and Robert Shinsky with me. They are the developers of the game Dungeon Trials. So, can you explain your game a little bit?
So it is originally our concept was more a puzzle-based game, and where there was a little bit heightened competition with like a race added involved where you were competing against another team. Whoever completed the race first, they would win, of course. But it sort of, as the project and the progress went along, it turned into more of like a speed run through the level type thing, until, the dreaded this morning where the entire project broke and we lost pretty much all our progress in like one update.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate.
Yes.
So, you said a puzzle game, right? From what I read, it's a puzzle for survival, correct?
Yeah.
So, for the people that don't know that genre, can you explain it a little bit?
Yeah, so there's two teams of two. Originally, one player could only push objects on a team and one could pull. But due to issues with Unity, neither of those work right now. But it's basically whichever team finishes first in the story of the game escapes the dungeon and survives. There is a lot of traps that could reset your progress, and just that's about it. Really, really simple, really basic.
No, we try to keep to that dungeon theme, so we had like swinging axes, spike pits, the fire and everything like that. We've seen the video. And then we also, in order to push, we had like big heavy blocks you would push, and they used real physics and everything. So the block, based on mass would be harder to push and it would take you longer to push, but if it was lighter, it'd be really quick. Stuff like that. It was going great.
Until it wasn't.
Yeah, but other than that, if we had more time, no issues like we did, it would have been definitely really cool, especially the level that Zach designed. It's huge.
Yeah, it's unfortunate in nature. Sometimes you run into issues like this with technology. So you were talking about the mechanics. What was the hardest mechanic to implement?
The pulling of objects. Pushing was pretty easy, but when it came to pulling, it wasn't as simple as swapping around the physics of it that we thought it would be.
And I try to go a little bit above and beyond when I was working with the stuff. So all of our animation was based off of the actual animator itself. It wasn't using, rigid body. Even though it was applied, it wasn't using, any of those typical movement parameters. It was all based off of float and Boolean values with the animator. And because of the root motion of the animator, that's what would move something. So, pushing a block, super easy because the animation's already moving forward. Pulling, though, was a little bit difficult because if you dealt with Unity, pushing, you can apply a force. Pulling, you can't negative apply a force. So it was kind of tricky getting that going, but...
Oh yeah. Physics is normally one of the hardest things to get right because you want it to be, correct. So, you were both in Game Design 1 last semester and now in Game Design 2. How did your experience differ?
Networking is very hard.
Of course.
That's where all of our issues came down. It wasn't really so much the logic of it, of the game itself, more so the logic of the networking behind it. That caused a lot of issues. Unity caused a lot of issues that kind of held us back, and we just kind of ran out of time. But we definitely learned a lot from Game Design 1 to apply to Game Design 2.
Yeah, and a big thing too, from for those who are going into Game Design 2 soon, the networking, it's hard because you have 3 different ways of sending a message, and so figuring out the same parameters, you'll have the same parameter and you have to send it 3 different ways in 3 different areas, trying to decipher where those go, how those are supposed to be sent, what if you're supposed to send a Boolean value or stuff like that. It makes it difficult. You'll spend a lot of time trying to just debug. One of the issues that we had that we just couldn't figure out, even Dr. Toll couldn't figure out, was in one of my handle messages for the packets of string, we were receiving values even though we had all the code commented out. And that handle message was still receiving a false Boolean value even though we were sending an integer. So it's stuff like that. Sometimes with the sockets and the networking, you can have a socket that stays open and it just doesn't close, and then it screws everything up for you.
Yeah, definitely multiplayer games. They're a different beast to implement, for sure. So, is there a win condition in the game?
Yeah, so, well, when it worked, there was. So you kind of go through this maze-like thing that we're seeing here. It's not visible on the screen right now, but there's a giant wall to the right with some giant doors, and the first team to reach their set of doors wins. So you can see the levels are mirrored next to each other, so you can't see like the opposite team at the same time. Whichever team gets to their exit first wins.
So you have quite a bit of assets in the game. Did you create them yourself, or did you find them?
And the great thing about the Unity Asset Store is people like to show their talent, so they put free stuff out there all the time.
Of course.
We're just lucky because with that poly art style, there was a lot of stuff that fit that dungeon theme that we could use as far as traps, the looks, everything like that, and it worked out really well. Especially everything being already pre-set up. We just had to drop it in and apply a script to it, and it worked great. But that's the thing is sometimes you can spend a little bit of money and it's not as great as the stuff that people are putting out there because they actually care about it.
Yeah, I agree. So, you mentioned you're going to fix your game because you had a little backstep. But what is next for the game? Do you plan on developing it further?
I definitely want to, but it would be a lot different than this is in its current state. The original idea of the game was never like a race. It was only a 2-player game, but to meet the requirements for the project, it had to be 4. So it got shifted around a bit. I definitely want to make a version 2 that actually works as intended.
And then plus Unity, they have, again, with all the free resources out there, they have network engines that you can use, or they have stuff that works just for those types of scenarios that you can do wonders. If you're going into game 2 and you're making a project, one of our fellow classmates turned us onto it. It's called Cinemachine, and it's a free Unity thing you can get from the package manager from the the window, and it basically gives you that movie theater quality type camera feel where it AI camera, and you can revolve around, do fades in, fades out, stuff like that, and it's really cool if you take the time to learn it.
Oh yeah, and you could also do those with like post-processing effects. Also, you can maybe utilize shader graph. Those would come in handy for that. So, is there? I think everyone appreciates the feedback and what is to come for them in game design courses. But is there anything else you guys would like to add?
Before you get into game design too, look into networking beforehand. There's not really much in the way of that at Poly right now. The intro course doesn't, I don't think, do a good job of really preparing you for it. So go and look on your own and start to get a feel for it now before you have to learn in crunch time.
I assume Robert agrees. All right. Thank you so much for coming. We'll be right back with the next game.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to
All right, welcome back to Spring 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. Here in the studio, I have the developers of the game Last Platformer Standing. I have Ben, Tristan, and Andrew. So let's start with it. Can you tell us a little bit about your game?
So our game is a platformer with the added feature that is meant to be elimination style.
Okay.
So you're all fighting to get to the goal together, but you also need to be the one who gets there the best or the fastest, so you're not eliminated from the game.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned it's a platformer game, right? Why did you all go with? What was the purpose of going with a platformer game? Did you have any inspirations for the platformer?
Yeah, the well, we think back to like the Super Mario games used to be on the Wii and how fun it could be to mess with your friends and throw them lava or whatever. We thought it'd be really cool to have a game where that was the goal rather than something you do to just mess with people.
So you would call yourselves Wii guys?
I had a lot of fun with it.
Nintendo, yeah. I feel like
Sure,
I grew up on that.
Okay. So you mentioned, you have to reach to the end. So where did the idea of working together and reach the end came from?
I think that was kind of just when we were brainstorming about ideas as mechanics and stuff. That was just something I was like, oh, let's try that.
Okay.
Kind of idea.
So you wanted to try something different,
Yes.
right? So where did is there a backstory to the game?
There's a bit of a simple backstory. The idea is that you're meant to be the leader of your clan, so to speak,
Okay.
that are all coming together in a kingdom, and the king just died, so you're all fighting together to be crowned the next king, and only the last one to make it to the end is the new king.
Okay, nice. That's a nice touch. So, obviously, being a game design 2 student, you had to work with the networking engine. But other than the networking engine, what was the biggest difficulty you faced, and how did you actually implement it?
Silent network engine. That's a good question. Because most of the issues did come with just trying to sync everything up and trying to avoid the overload from everything.
I can't really pinpoint anything. I work more on the assets and stuff like that, and so now we kind of get an instance in multiplayer, but I can't really think of anything that really pinned us down unless it was the networking.
Yeah, I'd say making sure you didn't send too many update messages until everything was probably the hard part.
Right.
Yeah, too many packages just completely destroyed it.
So, Ben, you said you worked on the assets. So you guys have a lot of assets. Did you create all of them, or did you find any?
I actually found a good majority of them, but as far as sound goes, I actually created like the music that you listen to while you're playing the game, and worked with a little bit of free sounds that I found and stuff to actually add some a little bit more depth to the game as far as like enemies firing projectiles or movement with the character, jumping and stuff like that.
Okay, so Ben worked on the game assets, the sound, and so on. What about you two?
I was mostly focused on getting everything synchronized and the movement working.
And I did a bit of work on the basic mechanics of getting the bit of movement done, getting the enemies working.
So you all took Game Dev 1. How was your experience different in Game Dev 2?
Well, simpler.
Yeah, Game Dev 1 was a lot simpler. Just the fact that you don't have to really sync anything almost makes it like the analogy I'm going with here is drag and drop. It's like completely different. So, and I just remember Toll saying at the beginning of our class that basically any problem you had in Game Dev 1, cube the problem. Because it's going to be a lot harder in Game Dev 2. And we definitely saw that.
So I'm sure all of you have a better appreciation for multiplayer games.
Oh yeah.
Oh, without a doubt.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, definitely. So what is next for this game in particular?
I guess next thing to do for the would be trying to add more content, add options.
Some levels.
Yeah, levels. We talked about adding
Yeah, we
power
definitely
ups,
talked about
score, and
levels.
speed and stuff.
So we have the gameplay going on screen. Do y'all want to kind of tell us what's going on?
Yeah, so right here it's just kind of showcasing. You don't really see too much of the enemies in this, for this recording's a little bit old. So there's going to be a little bit of a difference whenever you actually go in and actually play the game, because there's more enemies on the level itself to add score and whatnot to the player. And then this is just basically showing the basic movement, going through the level, what you expect to see throughout the level and stuff, but without you, it's not really showing the enemies and stuff like that you're going to face on the level.
More
So that's
showcases.
kind of like a hidden feature. Well, they have to play the game to see.
I got you. Alright.
So also ties into one of our scavenger hunt questions.
Scavenger hunt questions, yes. Yeah, if you're watching, definitely go on itch.io, download the games, give feedback to our students, and participate in the scavenger hunt to win prizes. So, what is next for you guys? Do you guys plan on developing games in the future, maybe as a group or by yourselves?
Hoping to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know about the group, but I'm definitely hoping to continue making games.
Same here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Definitely.
that's good to hear. Do you all have anything else to add?
Make sure you don't finish
In
last.
marketing. Make sure you play our game.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all so much. We will be right back with our next game.
Thank you.
welcome back to Spring 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. And I have Colt with me. He's the developer of the game Downtown Escape. So Colton, can you tell us a little bit about your game?
So my game is a top-down shooter that involves zombies. So you just run through a downtown area or a big city, and many zombies all over the place that are chasing after you when you get close enough. And your goal is to just run past them, shoot them, kill them, and get to the end.
What was your inspiration?
Not too much inspiration. Actually, I wanted to make a zombie game. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do, and I didn't exactly want to do a first person because I felt for me that would have been more time consuming, so I decided to go for the top down kind of view for it. A little bit easier.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Walking Dead, how you're running away from zombies and killing them. So, what was the most challenging part of making this game?
The thing that actually took me the most time and the least amount of hours slept was the beginning where you choose your difficulty. It took me a long time to try to figure out how to actually get the difficulty to change between scenes, and finally figured it out. Didn't sleep that entire night and finally got it and worked as intended.
So you're watching kill the zombies, run around. What is the win condition of the game? Do you actually have to kill all the zombies, or just need to make it to a safe spot?
Actually, you really do not have to kill the zombies.
Okay.
Some zombies do run a little bit faster than you, so it's probably a good thing to kill them. But the main goal is to get to the end of the level, reach the end point, and it just pops up a screen saying, "Congratulations, go to the next stage."
Right. That's I think that's a really nice touch because games nowadays, especially the games where you have to shoot things, kill things, the main purpose is to actually kill them, but obviously, a nice touch is to being able to run around instead of just killing the zombies. I really like that actually. So you mentioned about the assets, the zombie assets. You have different weapons. What are the different weapons you have?
I actually ended up having to scrap the different weapons because of time constraints. I couldn't exactly make a inventory system, which I would have liked to. I probably should have started this whole thing a little bit sooner. But I ended up going with just the assault rifle that you can use. But I did, however, make a secret in one of the levels where there's a power-up that if you pick it up, you end up doing double damage.
Oh, nice. That's nice. So, if I'm a person playing this game for the first time, what would be the most difficult thing that I would be facing?
Probably the most difficult thing is the actual amount of zombies that are in the game. The first level is not too much. The second level kind of throws you in to a big area that has many zombies all over the place. And to kind of try to give it a more difficult kind of feel instead of just running up, because the actual zombies are on a nav mesh, so if you go to a certain distance, they come after you. And I didn't want it to just be you walk up, you shoot the zombie, the 3 zombies that chase after you, and then you walk up a little bit more. Instead of that, in some areas, if you go past a certain point, some zombies end up behind you and having you push up.
So you mentioned about the time constraints you had. If you had more time, what would be something else that you would have added to the game?
So obviously the inventory system I would have loved to add. Probably a little bit more diversity in the attacks that the zombies can do. So far I just have it where they chase you, they hit you, and they do a certain amount of damage. I would have liked to have a big boss possibly at the end that throws projectiles or something at you, but sadly I couldn't get to that point.
So, do you plan on developing this game further?
I would like to. I'll have to see what my plans are this summer. But I probably will, because if I continue to work on this game, it'll honestly help me in the next semester when I do game 2. So I would like to.
Of course, of course. Do you have anything else to add about your game?
Not really. The main thing I just want to say is that I actually enjoyed making this game. So, and I hope to carry that over to next semester.
So, other than Game Dev 2 next semester, what are the next steps for the game developer club?
I would love to go into game development. That's actually my concentration is to, after Florida Poly, go into the game development career. So I would love to do that.
Perfect. All right. Please go on itch.io, play Colton's game, rate it, leave feedback, and if you are a Florida Poly student, staff, or faculty, go on to the online scavenger hunt, answer the questions to win prizes, and we will be right back. welcome back to Spring 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. And here in the studio I have Ben with me. He's one of the developers for the game Gem Hunters. Our second developer, Abhishek, couldn't be with us today. So, Ben, can you tell us about your game?
Certainly, it's just a simple little party game meant for 4 players to just hop in. They mess around, try and grab as many gems as possible and put them in the little home base. But the thing is, you can steal someone else's gems or even throw things at them to stop them.
Okay, so what was the inspiration behind the game?
There was a goofy little old indie game called Skitbold. It's and had a very similar sort of goofy aesthetic to it, and that's kind of what we were going for.
So you mentioned indie games. Do you have a favorite game developer, indie or not?
Favorite game developer right now, Coffee Stain Studios. They're pretty great. I like pretty much any game they publish or develop.
So I see that you have a UI, and we're going to see the gameplay here in a second. So you have different characters to play.
You can pick either red or blue. We didn't have too much time to make to find more characters, so it doesn't mean anything. You just pick whatever you look like. So it can be up to 4 people. And then here you can see we have basically the players can run around, grab the gems as quickly as they want, and then there's a timer at the top that tells them when that round is over, and then it will go on to the next level.
And how many levels do you have?
3, and so you can keep track of your score. And we have a little tiny guy running around who has a gem. If you're able to hit him with a rock, he actually drops the gem, so there's an extra little bit of challenge to it.
Nice, nice. So is there like any backstory to this game, or is this just a fun little party game?
I mean, Abhishek came up with this really goofy thing. I don't even remember what it was, but no, there's not.
So what was the biggest challenge in making this game, other than networking?
Other than the networking, exactly the feeling we were going for, because it had to make how you moved around, how you did sort of silly things. We had to get that a little bit on the right side, especially with how the aesthetics looks with these goofy sort of square characters running around. That was kind of our biggest challenge, was getting a feel to it.
So you said you found all the assets online, or did you make any of them?
The goofy little turret in the middle that's shooting out rocks, I made that. I mean, that was probably the extent of my creative design.
Did you use Blender?
Use Blender.
Okay, nice. So, are there any rewards in the game other than the gems?
No, just the goal of collecting more than your opponents have. That's sort of the main appeal to it.
Okay. So, with the multiplayer games, balancing the game is important, because if someone just like finds something meta, they might keep using. How did you balance this game?
I mean, we just played it over a few times, sort of see what people do. I got one of my friends to work on to test it with us as well. I don't think that's part in the video. And we did actually find a few sort of exploits of you can just sort of jump into the hazards which teleport you back to your base. So it's a quick little restart. So we had things like that we had to deal with.
So if I download this game and for the first time playing, what would be the most difficult thing for me to learn?
Oh, the movement. It's a really awkward movement. I kind of like the fact that it's really hard because it makes the characters move around really goofily. So that's part of the gameplay as well as the hardest part.
So that's nice, actually. That's a nice addition, I would say. You all had a time constraint. If you didn't have a time constraint, what would be something that you would like to add to this game?
Probably a lot more extensive levels, but probably not that, but more complex. We did have an issue with each object we added to the scene. The networking had an issue with that, so it was kind of an exponential problem with each sort of addition. It slowed the game down more, so we had to find that nice little balance. So if we had more time, we could have worked around much better, sort of easier solutions to that. networking issue.
I gotcha. So other than that, is there anything else? Would you want to work on this game further?
Probably not this game. I like the idea. This is a very goofy idea, and I like couch co-op little games like this. So I would have liked to have made probably a different game that was very similar to this one.
So I know from different classes you have taken from me, you're a great coder. What is next for the game developer, Ben?
Probably, so far in terms of like making other games, it's mostly going to be hobby things. I like single player games the most though, so I probably would go into if I were to make my dream game, it would be a single player sort of Skyrim RPG kind of aesthetic. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, maybe one day we'll see it on Steam and we'll be like, Ben, he was at for the Poly Game Expo, right?
That's it.
All right. Well, Ben, great job. The game looks great. Is there anything else you would like to add?
No, I just hope everyone is having a great time. I hope they try my game out. Maybe they might enjoy it. Maybe it's a little too goofy. Who knows?
All right. Well, go on itch.io, download our student games, leave feedback, and if you're a Florida Poly student, faculty, or staff, go online, do the online scavenger hunt, and we'll be right back with the next game.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
And welcome back. We're back at the IST. I'm here with John, Logan, and Nate. They are the creators of Humans vs. Zombies: The Last Minute. So talk about the game a little bit. Like, what's the inspiration for this game?
Yeah, so the inspiration for this game was originally, if you go to Poly, you're probably aware, at least with the last few years or before Corona, there's a semesterly event that we do called HVZ, and it's Humans versus Zombies, and it's just a Nerf war that lasts all week and gets in the way of everyone's lives. It's not playing the game. But I played it since I was a freshman, and it's been really fun. We haven't been able to do it because of Corona, but I've always said like it would be really cool to have that as a video game where, you know, you can go on and try to survive for a week on a server. And so that was the main inspiration. We definitely had to do some design changes because of limitations, but basically it was just zombie survival inspired by a great pastime on campus.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so it's multiplayer, and tell us about how the game mechanic works. Like, how is the game mechanic actually working?
Yeah, so pretty much once at least 2 people are connected, you select your model that you want to spawn in as. We have like regular soldier, a sniper, and a support looking character. Then spawn into the game, and you're tasked with finding all 3 capture points.
Okay.
So there's 2 in the forest, and then there's 1 in like the rocky plains off to the right. So once you capture them, an evacuation point will spawn down at the bottom middle, and you'll work your way towards that. And once you get there, you will win the game. And along the way, you'll be earning points. And when you press tab, it'll kind of pop up a little menu where you can buy some guns that will have a few different things. We have like a 3-round burst, we have a full auto one, we have a semi-auto that does 2 damage, and we have a full auto that does 2 damage.
Okay. And so this gray point here, that's the capture point?
Yes.
And at the top you can see the progress is going up based on how much you're on the point, and after you're on it for a certain amount of time, you'll have captured it, and you have to move on to find the next one.
Excellent. So how did you balance this, or try to balance this game for a multiplayer scenario? I know obviously right now only when we're doing filming, we only one player active, but how did you try to balance this for multiple players? Because this is one of those things where it can go either way. If you don't have enough players, the game can be too hard, or if you have too many players, then the game's too easy. So how did you balance that?
So pretty much, we just made it kind of difficult in general. So long as you're just kind of like moving well, you'll be able to kind of move your way around the zombies. And then there's also these little stumps that you can use that'll block the zombies. So it can be pretty funny to just watch them like line up, walk into it, and not really know what's going on.
And
you're safe behind.
There's a little bit of balance in like the point system, because you get points based on shooting zombies and killing zombies. And so if you're by yourself, you're getting all the points. If you're with a team, then the points are kind of being split based on who's actually doing the shooting. So more players means you're shooting more times a second, but you're each getting less points, so you're upgrading your weapons slower.
Yeah.
So. Okay, so your weapons do upgrade then.
Yeah, you buy new weapons.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. What part of the game did each of you work on individually?
I mostly took care of the map and getting the assets. We ended up buying some assets off the Unity store just because none of us are 3D modelers. But I did the map design. I just created different terrain and I put in some assets like trees and rocks and stuff. Nate handled mostly
the coding. I did most of the coding.
Yeah.
And I helped with a lot of documentation and finding the assets.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. All right.
And coding.
I did some coding as well. I did type a couple lines, probably threw in a semicolon somewhere.
You did the documentation, right? Yeah. So if I was playing this compared to some of the others, so is there any resource management aspect to this game? A lot of zombie survival games deal with managing your resources, ammo supply, etc. Is there any of that in this game, or is it more of just a blast them?
More of just kind of get in, get points, capture the points, get out. So
Okay.
it's just
We had a lot
short
of
little-
plans for stuff like that, like
Yeah.
collectibles. Like originally in the plans, it was going to be a bigger map and a longer running game, different game modes. Due to time restraints, we ended up having to cut a lot out. And some of the things we had to cut out were like collectibles around the map that would be like temporary power ups or things you could collect.
We
Just for
also
the sake
cut
of time,
out-
we had to cut a lot of that stuff
Yeah.
out. Sadly.
We also had to cut out like infected players because in the HVZ game, it was when you died as a human, you would come back as like a zombie. So we were wanting to do something similar to that, but we ended up having to cut that out because that was a whole nother player we would need to rate.
Yeah.
So
There is a ammo management.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
You
just
do
true.
you do have unlimited ammo, but you have to reload. So you have to know how much ammo you have in your gun.
Oh, dude, that he's just taking apart the other player.
I know. That one zombie was on a mission to kill the other ones.
Yeah.
excellent. So where do you see this? Are you guys going to keep working on this project?
Potentially. We have some other, in fact, our Game 1 project from last semester, we had hinted we're going to continue in the future and couldn't this semester because we're students. But this is definitely on the radar for
Yeah.
developing at least our full vision. Like I said, like we had to cut a lot of stuff. So if we do continue it, we'll be trying to go with our original vision for the game.
Excellent. Trying to think what else? Is there anything else about the game mechanic itself that you want to talk about?
At the end right here, you're about to see the win. This is capturing the
Okay.
final. After
Yeah.
you capture all 3 points, this point will appear, and after you capture this point, that's how you win the game.
Yeah. Originally, I wanted to make it to where it was something where once you get to the area, wait a certain amount of time and just kind of defend yourself from like a increasing number of zombies. But ended up having to cut it short and just once player interacted with it, you won.
No.
So that was another thing that would have liked to do a little bit, or would have liked to do something better with, but just because of time constraint, had to cut it short.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. This is Humans vs. Zombie, the last minute. And you can play it online on itch.io. And it should be on the server.
It should be.
So
Hopefully,
see if it's
the
running on the
server's
server.
still up.
All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to
All right, welcome back. I'm here with Blake and Derek. They are the creators of The Last Ember. So, talk about the game a little bit.
Well, so what we kind of want to do with the game is we wanted to make it kind of based off of like a roguelite type of game. So the player, the whole point of it is kind of the player is going to play the game and it's going to be really hard at first, and then as the player begins to die and learn how the game is played, then eventually they'll progress in skill, mainly through knowledge, and then from there they'll be able to hopefully get further and further into the game. So currently, as you can see here, is just like the little start of the game. They get the classic fireball, which is just a basic projectile. And then as the game progresses, they'll be able to pick up more spells that'll help them fight more enemies, and then so on and so forth until they end up beating the final boss.
One of our inspirations for the game was Risk of Rain. It's one of our favorite games we really enjoy playing. As each wave, the enemies get more and more difficult over time, and you want to get these random items that really increase your power level. And so you might grind for a specific item that's really going to help you carry you through the run, as that's one of the reasons you might want to invest early on in that, as opposed to just trying to go through as fast as possible.
Okay. Now, I noticed there's 2 signposts up there. Can you explain the signposts to me? What are those for?
Yes. So the one on the left is the actual just wave spawner. So whenever the player basically shoots the one on the left, it'll spawn in the next wave, assuming that they're not in the middle of a wave. And so that the player gets a choice kind of to either choose to summon the next wave or summon a boss, which is the sign on the right. Kind of more of a blood red to kind of show a harder wave. And so if the player shoots the red wave, or the red sign, then they'll summon the boss, and then if they beat the boss, they move on to the next arena.
Okay, and there I see you shot a chest, and it opened up this time. Is that because you had enough money?
Yes, so the chest on the left costs about 100 gold, and, well, exactly 100 gold. And it can summon 2 different items, 2 different spells. So one is called Midas Touch, which it doesn't do a lot of damage, but whenever the player actually hits an enemy with it, it'll give them gold. So it's almost like a farming technique for the player to kind of earn extra gold later on. Oh, and you see the Shard Slayer there, that's the bigger enemy. That kind of functions, because it has so much health and is so tanky, it makes the player want to move across the battlefield instead of just standing behind, like, say, a trap or something, which damages the enemies.
I noticed that. How many enemies, besides the boss, do you have?
So we have 3 implemented right now. We have the ghoul, which are the basic little small guys that you see running and trying to hit the player, and then we have the imps, which at a range they'll throw fireballs at the player, and then we have the slayer, which are the big enemies that are kind of more tanky brutes.
Okay. So I noticed you're killing the enemies a lot faster now. So
yeah, so the player just picked up Firewall, which is one of the more stronger abilities in the game. That's from one of the pretty much the middle rarity chest. It does cost more money though. It's 200 gold, and it lasts about 3 seconds on the battlefield, and then anything that goes in the firewall takes damage. So it's a pretty powerful spell for what it is.
Nice. We also have a mana system though, so you have to be careful with it. So as the spells get more powerful, it also uses up more mana.
Correct.
So you can't just like spam the highest level spells, otherwise you'll be left without mana and you can't cast anything. So it's kind of a trade-off between the power and mana. Of course, mana recharges over time, but you need to be thoughtful of how you use it, essentially.
Correct.
I see. So what about the basic attack? Does that cost mana too?
It does, but it's lower than the actual recharge rate. So you can spam that pretty much as you want in the game. It basically, there are times though that you don't want to spam it if you're trying to save up for like casting a spell. So Explosion, which you just saw the player use, it's actually one of the more powerful spells in the game. As you can see, it just beat the boss at that level pretty easy. But the thing with Explosion though is it does damage to yourself. So if you're kind of in a position where you're trying to figure out what to do and you cast Explosion and you have low health, you'll just die outright. So it's definitely a trade-off with the players.
I see. So the choice, that's a good choice. That's an interesting choice. I noticed that you're dropping stuff. Like, what's going on there? Are you swapping out things?
Oh yes. So for the loot system, you can, if you don't want to spell. So as you can see, there's 3 different spells that the player has right now. So if you don't want to spell, you can actually drop a spell and then pick up another one. Okay. So if you shoot a chest and then you end up wanting to switch the spell, you can do that.
Okay.
So
and there's only 3 slots, so you have to pick and choose which ones you want. And every time you start a new wave, all items on the field will be destroyed. So you kind of have to make that decision before you start the next wave.
Before you start the wave.
Otherwise, if just left all the items on the floor, just pick which item I want for this specific wave. It'd be a little too easy, we think.
I was kind of curious, what inspired you for the arena style versus the dungeon style? So generally, like roguelike, you think of dungeon, like you were exploring a map, and so what inspired you to the arena style? Was it just the Risk of Rain influence, or not Risk of Rain, but like the game you mentioned earlier? Sorry, was it Risk?
Yeah, it was Risk of Rain. So we kind of have a few different ideas behind it. We want the player to be able to play through and kind of farm. And so if it's more of a giant exploration game, the idea behind it, as you kind of talked about before, is going and exploring, and that's like the big trade-off. We wanted to make it more skill-based here. So as you can kind of see, the player's always moving, maneuvering, and trying to basically outmaneuver the enemies and hit spikes, and then learn when to shoot the spells and stuff. So if we had it more of an exploration game, we kind of felt like the skill trade-off wouldn't be there as much. So it would be more focused on gathering up an item, and then maybe occasionally limiting the player to a specific arena at times. But here it's constant action, you're constantly fighting, and that's kind of what we wanted to promote, is the player always fighting in combat.
I noticed the level just switched. Is this the last level? Is it the third level?
Yes, so this is the final level, and this is the hardest too by far. So if you notice, there's 4 different portals, so the enemies are just flooding, and there's no traps or spikes or anything there to basically allow the player to outmaneuver the enemies in a more efficient way. So instead of like hiding behind a spike wall or something like that, they have to just navigate through the horde of enemies. And they have to learn when to use the spells, like what time to use the spells. So as you can see here, the player looks like he's about to get caught, and I think he's charging mana, and then boom. So he lowered the wave in order to maneuver, and then see he got caught there again and had to use another spell to get out.
No, I see. Yeah, excellent. So I do have a question. I think I break your mechanic here. Why don't I just keep farming until I'm just uber powerful, and why can't I just not keep farming?
So Derek, you want to take this one?
So the reason behind that is every time you spawn a new wave, it gets more difficult, right? So that there's a certain point though that if you farm too many waves, you won't be able to defeat it. So you're trying to find that balance of finding enough waves that I can get enough gold to get the good items I want, but not take too long. So we want the player to be able to find that balance. And once they find that balance, that's going to be the optimal way to beat the game.
Okay. And by more difficult, is more bad guys, or do they increase in health? Or
everything. So they get more effective health, and they become more numerous. And so at a certain point, there's just going to be a critical mass of there's so many enemies, and they have so much health that my mana doesn't recharge fast enough. So you need to determine the cutoff of when, okay, I think I'm powerful enough where this should be the key point where I go through, or do I think maybe I have enough skill and I want to just grind out some more gold? It's that balance that we want the player to be able to have.
So I'm just curious, did you guys try to see how far you can make it?
So I did for the first level. I got to like about wave 10, and then it got to the point where like the spells in the game, like you basically had to get the higher level, like black hole. You kind of see it there on screen. You have to get the highest level spell in the game, and then even then it's like some of the slayers and stuff like that will just outrun you. So as you can see there, the player just won. He just beat the boss using the black hole, which is probably the most powerful spell in the game. So but yeah, and so that's basically the game in a nutshell though. So
excellent. So there's a balance between like I have to decide when pick my poison essentially.
Correct.
So I'm assuming that inversely, if I just go for the boss right off the bat, I'm gonna have a problem.
So the way it works is the projectiles do a certain amount of the fireball in the game does a certain amount of damage, and the boss won't be able to actually beat you won't be able to beat the boss with just the projectile. It does such a low amount of damage to the boss that you almost need a spell. And then inversely, all the spells too correlate to the amount of damage to the boss. So if you're getting like a legendary spell at the last point in the game, then you're gonna do a lot more damage to the boss. So you almost have to farm for those legendary spells in order to beat the boss.
Okay.
So
that's a very neat mechanic. Do you have any plans to go forward with this game?
So we're still thinking about it. Obviously, there's a lot of touch-ups that we can do. In fact, as you saw there, the final boss, we added a new mechanic. So you check out the game. We added a new mechanic to the final boss to where he's actually more bigger now. So we wanted him to be, and he has more health. So we wanted him to be a little tougher than before. So yeah, we'll probably tweak the game every now and then and try to update it. Maybe add more enemies and stuff like that.
Excellent. All right, thank you guys. This is Blake and Derek, and their game is The Last Ember. Play it on itch.io. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hello, and we're back. I'm here with Matthew Hill, and he is the creator of Reverse Pong. So, right off the bat, kind of explain that name. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, so the classic Pong game that most people have probably played, I wanted to do a slightly different take on that, where you're actually playing as the ball, trying to get past AI computer-controlled paddles, rather than be the paddle trying to stop the balls from getting past you. So the core game starts where you can join the lobby through the LAN connection, and you have some settings here. So you can obviously give yourself a name, and then you can choose from one of these 10 colors. And then when other clients connect, 2 to 4 players per lobby, the other clients can connect and also choose their settings. So once everyone chooses their settings, name, color, and then selects ready, there's also some more settings that have been added since this gameplay was recorded, such as the level selection. So you can also vote for the level you want to play on. There's 3 levels. And once everyone's ready, you can select the ready button. All the clients in the lobby are ready, the game will start. So here very shortly, the game will start. The last client gets ready, and you are in. So every ball starts with the constant velocity, where it's always moving. Obviously, if you're trying to get past the paddles, you need to actually get past them in some way. So you are able to control your ball through speeding up and slowing down, and also by drifting left and right to turn and curve your shot. So these things allow you to get past these paddles more accurately and more consistently. So these are really necessary, but they use stamina, which you can see in the top left of the screen, where moving either faster or slower, or well, just changing your velocity to become faster or slower, or turning left and right will decrease your stamina, and it will increase again over time. So obviously the goal here is to score. So you are trying to be the first one to reach the specified score in the top right, 25 points. And each time you get past the paddle, you get 1 point. So, and simply put, that is the entire game, where you are just trying to score past these other paddles and be the first one to get to 25 points. Now, you do have 3 levels to play on. This is the first one. It's pretty simple. It resembles the classic Pong style format, where it's just 2 paddles hidden in sort of rectangle area. But because the AI computer controlled paddles are only so good at picking between targets coming at it, with 4 players, it's really easy for the paddle to get overwhelmed and the paddles to get scored on constantly. So they have to be pretty quick and consistent at blocking shots, but they can also only track 1 target. So it makes it kind of difficult to only have 2 paddles where they're constantly getting overwhelmed. So all of these levels have 4 paddles to spread out the opportunities for the paddles to just get scored on, but also for the player to have more opportunities to score rather than only having 2 spots to do so.
So neat. And what gave you the idea for the inverse Pongs? Like what inspired you to do this? Like or you control the ball instead of the paddle?
So I was really just thinking about some pretty simple concepts for ideas of games that could be multiplayer, because networking does take a bit more time and I want to do a project on my own. So I needed something a bit simple, but also able to be a bit more action-packed and fast-paced, such as this. So Pong was just one of those ideas where you can't quite recreate Pong easily and be the paddles without it getting a little funny, and I also want to do something different rather than just recreate an existing game. So this was one of the ideas that came to mind.
Excellent. Would you have was there any features you wanted to add and you didn't have time to complete?
There was a couple different ideas. I wanted to have more than just the 3 levels to vote and choose from, but I managed to get those in, so those are there. It would be nice to have more than 3. I did also consider having sort of upgrades and pickup items that would spawn around the map that perhaps like increase the score that you would have to get to, such as like maybe 100 score, and then have pickup multipliers that would let you upgrade and perhaps have a multiplier for how many score you're getting per goal. Okay. And different things like that where you can build on it, have a bit more to earn over time, and really just have some more fun beating your friends.
Excellent. No, watching it comes to mind, if you did like a elimination style where like if you fell behind X number of points from your teammates, then your ball would be eliminated, but then you could become the paddle or something. I think that would be kind of an interesting twist to it too.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Excellent. So where do you think you're going to take this, are you going to take this any further after this class? You said you're working on your own game idea. What game idea were you working on?
I've got a couple of separate projects that I've always been working on, but for this, I'm not sure how much I'll be working on it afterwards. I don't currently have plans to continue development, but if it is popular enough and there's demand for servers or something, or truly online multiplayer, because this was unfortunately only able to be a LAN connection. So if there is demand for more levels, more content, constant online servers, I could go back to developing this for the future.
Okay. Are any of your other game ideas going to be multiplayer?
I do have a couple. I did the last Game Expo, the Pacific Battlestorm, if anyone remembers that. I was having plans to do a similar style game to that, but multiplayer, but that is not currently being worked on due to school taking up most of my time. And you can see here once one of the players gets to 25 goals, you get to win, and everyone can return back to lobby. And this is just showing off the synchronization. The UI was a bit funny here, so it's not easy to see all 4 players playing it, but it is synchronized. You can see here that the scores are synchronized, the balls are all moving around. So you can have 2 to 4 players, and it plays pretty well. This is also a sneak peek to level 2. So it's slightly different design. Goals are moved around, you get some more angles, makes the shots a bit more difficult to hit, but also more rewarding. I'm personally not very good at this game, so anytime you see one of the balls curving around some, that is me controlling it. Not particularly good at it, so I'm sure other people can master the controls much better than me and get past the computer-controlled paddles more often. So if you want to see level 3, you have to go play the game yourself. It wasn't done by the time I recorded this video, so you get to go play it yourself.
All right, so let's go beat the computer paddles at Reverse Pong. Thank you for joining us, Matthew. This is, again, Reverse Pong. It's available on itch.io. And yeah, go play it and find out what the 3rd level looks like. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to
Imagine their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to
Welcome back to the 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. I am Christian Navarro. With us we have Braxton and Kyle with the game Cold Blooded, an RTS squad-based game. We have two members of this game that worked on the development. Can you tell us a little bit about what each of your roles were in this game?
So my name is Kyle Storch. I was the project lead and the overall, programmer, technical artist, and just the person who assembled everything together.
My name is Braxton Friend. I handled all of the quality assurance and the in-game user interface.
Okay, sounds like there was definitely some active planning on your teamwork and assign skills. Now, I see that this is a squad-based real-time strategy game. Did you start off with something maybe influenced like an XCOM game?
We did actually. Our original idea for this, because I do got to mention there is a technical third party to the project. Our artist who provided the assets in the game, Jordan, basically created every low poly asset that you see in there, other than like some of the buildings that come from the Everything library.
Okay.
He was so nice to be able to help us out with that. We still basically assembled everything in Unity, but he was the one that cranked them all out in Maya and Max. So when me and him originally had the idea, Braxton was not on the team yet, and we had the idea of a reverse XCOM game where you were taking control of a faction that wanted to basically cross-conquer the planet. And that was the large scope that we had, and then we just kind of reeled it into what we really wanted to make. And at the time, my inspirations were Company of Heroes, and then when Braxton got up to the team, it was Warhammer.
Yeah, so there was a lot of
Warhammer and Warcraft.
There was a lot of jumping back and forth between the RTS titles. So there's a mix of like Warcraft 3 style unit selection, and then the Company of Heroes and XCOM squad creator was in there too. So.
Okay. So would it be safe to assume that you enjoy playing real-time strategy games in your off time when you're not developing them?
Yeah, I gotta say so myself, especially for like research and stuff like Men of War, Assault Squad 3, I think is a good one. Red Alert is obviously a standard RTS game that everyone knows. Age of Empires.
I grew up playing a lot of StarCraft and Warcraft 3, so it's RTS games have just always kind of been there for me.
Okay, so with the RTS games, there's usually a pretty strong narrative that ties everything together, kind of a leitmotif that everything can build off of. Is there a narrative or background that ties everything together in this game?
Yeah, so we kind of went for the monsters versus humans aesthetic a little bit.
Okay.
So the player race is actually based on the kobolds from Dungeons and Dragons. So our kind of little backstory was that the humans were kind of taking over the world, and the kobolds are just trying to live their lives, so they got to fight back a little bit.
Yeah, stealing their technology, picking up whatever they can to just be like, yeah, get off our land. We're taking it back for any means possible.
Okay, is this your first game?
For me, no. This would probably be one of. It's been a few projects now.
Okay, with a RTS, there's quite a lot has to go into planning. How long did this take overall between the two?
A very long time.
Yeah,
I basically started from almost day one. Kyle put in so much work to planning everything out and getting everything like built up from the ground up. So there's a lot of underlying framework that allows us to expand the game quite easily, but putting that framework down was a ton of work.
Yeah, it took about a month or so, like software engineering, to get everything laid out. Like all of the units that you see, even the commander that you see running on screen on this gameplay, that's all part of the same code that's running for like how units function, how they move, how they like handle other animations. It's all interconnected. So if I want to make a change to something, it's quick, it's easy, it happens, and at the same time, it's something that I can build off of. So
okay, so you use class strategies, inheritance to make your code more efficient, reduce bloat, make it run faster, and possibly on mobile if you have more memory constraints. Now I know you two are in the advanced sound design for gaming. What level or what priority did sound design take in this?
So sound design for an RTS is usually pretty important. Having sound cues for different units doing different things is kind of a big part of the gameplay. So because we have a wartime based game, we spent a lot of time doing getting the gunshots down really well.
So,
I think,
did you just go out and download some gunshot sounds from a catalog?
no, Kyle actually went out to a gun range and got a bunch of sounds for us with a shotgun mic. So
Yeah, I went out there. I knew a buddy of mine who owned quite a few guns, which were historically accurate, actually. So, like, all the guns that you hear in the game, they're pretty much one-to-one from what you're hearing with a bit of mixing. So the AK is actually shooting real AK, well, sound bites. And it was something, again, like you said, I went out to an actual firing range, and I just took one of the mics that I lended here from Poly, which was so generous, and was able to get that audio and make it actually pop. There was also other points in the game, like, for example, all of our units are voice acted, and they're built in the way that actually, like, old style Halo does it, where it assigns a voice actor, and then that voice actor just pulls lines, and it's like, hey, this voice actor is Braxton, and then whenever you click on a unit, it's like, hey, Braxton, say something, and he says it. And it's dynamic, and it allows you to hear many different voice lines repeatedly without you getting tired of it. So.
Excellent. So it sounds like you took sound design very seriously. I think people that play RTS type games appreciate the added realism that they're going to get out of something like this without sounds being sterile. Oh, I've heard that in the last 12 games. It's the same VO every time, the same gunshot sound. You're using actual, real, authentic gunshots that an enthusiast might recognize. Oh, yeah, I know what this one is. This is this caliber. This is this kind of mechanism that's going off. You know, you're getting complex machine-like sounds instead of maybe just something synthesized that is equating to it, but maybe not the real thing. Excellent. So what was one of the more challenging parts, or maybe they're all challenging parts about developing this game?
One of the challenges that I came into this, and one of the like bigger parts that like the software engineering tricked me up, was I really wanted to attempt to get something called a terrain deformation, which in a game, especially set during the Cold War, it's like you have explosions, you have stuff that's going off, you go bang, and it's like, hey, I want to build like trenches and stuff too, and I was like, how do I do this? And I spent like a good month trying to figure out how to do terrain deformation in Unity. And it just wasn't like viable with like nav meshes and how they interacted. So basically you had a unit that like walked around and you would be like, hey, I want to put a piece of like, you want to put a trench somewhere. You can't really do that where you just cut away from the mesh at runtime without just killing performance.
Okay.
So we don't actually have any gameplay footage of it because it's still kind of work in progress. But the way that I handled that, and it is the hardest part of development, terrain deformation, where what we did was we made the entire actual map have a material where if applied a certain thing on top of it, you can see through it. So a trench is just kind of like a looking glass, and whenever a unit goes up to it and they get close, they just kind of hop inside of it. So it's manually handling that cutaway, but still giving that like realism of, hey, the terrain has now been cut without costing you a large amount of performance.
So after learning this technique and spending over a month researching it, will you be able to apply this principle to future games and save a lot of research time?
Oh yes, I would like to like use that technology more in depth. For example, I specialize more in procedural generation. I would love to do like a non-nuclear game where you have more fun with how you cut away from meshes without actually cutting away from them. Be more technical art, but more random. Who knows in the future?
And can you tell us what's going on in the game right now? Looking at the gameplay, I see a vehicle driving. It looks like it's being guided.
So over here we're just using the car units, which currently are very fast, and they're entering the near the enemy base, where one of my units just captured the territory. And when you capture a territory, you reveal the territory and everything inside of it. So, for example, a car just crashed and kind of died, but you have my units there that just capture that territory, and when you capture a territory, you then gain resources from it, and you gain the information, of that territory. So the fog of war is revealed, and everything starts to kind of fall in place. And the goal of the game is to, as you go on, capture the territories, gain as much resources as you can, build an army, and take out the enemy commander.
All right, sounds like a real-time strategy game. Excellent. So we're out of time. Is there anything you would like to add to this?
If I'll say my wishes for what I wanted to do afterward. If I had to do this differently, I would say that I would kind of move away from the squad combat because it was a large, undertaking to do that. It would have been easier to do something StarCraft related, but I chose to do Company of Heroes. But at the same time, there's a little bit, there's something magical about doing that. What about you?
I think the thing that we probably look forward to the most with this game is finishing off more of our different level objective ideas. So originally we had a goal where you capture all the command points and eventually you'll just win by attrition, kind of like a King of the Hill style map.
Okay.
So getting those future game modes implemented and delving more into the story and the progression along the maps is going to be really fun.
Excellent. Well, I've enjoyed watching and listening to talk about the game. If you in the audience would like to play the game, check it out on itch.io. You can play the game, you can rank the game, you can even enter a scavenger hunt and win prizes if you know about the game. But you have to play the game to win. So my name is Christian Navarro. Again, we had Kyle and Braxton in the studio with us. Thank you very much.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to
Welcome back to the 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. My name is Christian Navarro. I'm in the studio at the Sim Lab with our developers, Luke and Evan, who've developed a game called Day at the Races, a 3D race game with our main character, a pet corgi. Can you tell me about why we chose such a cute and little fluffy dog like that?
So it had originally began with I had gotten a YouTube recommended video of like a corgi race happening at like a horse racing event.
An actual real race.
So it was more of like so in between horse racing they would like put corgis on the racetrack and have them race, and it was super hilarious to watch.
Okay.
So when we had seen this, we were like, that would be hilarious and a fun game to make. So that's sort of where we started to begin the development, and we thought it was a really captivating idea.
Okay, that is a captivating idea, a little campy, but also could be a niche. There's not many corgi 3D race games that I'm aware of. Now, that's interesting design plan. Can you tell me what your roles were in this game development project, each of you?
Yeah, so I was the graphics programmer. So I did all the 3D models and also the audio. So music, sound effects, stuff like that. Basically the front end, and then Luke handled all the back end.
Yeah, I was primarily involved with a lot of the networking programming and sort of making things like feel right from a gameplay perspective.
Okay, so you mentioned networking. Is this game multiplayer?
It is multiplayer. You can play with up to 8 players. If players don't connect, the other racers are controlled by the computer. So if you set up your own private server, you could actually play solo against the computer or play with up to 7 other of your you
Oh, wow. Okay, so would they each have their own corgi?
Yep. And you can, when you, earlier you might have seen, you were in like a little lobby select area, which is in this gym. So when you first connect, you can like pick which corgi you wanna control.
Different colors?
Different colors, different patterns on them. So it really makes you unique, and you can name your corgi and...
Yep. Let me ask, were any animals injured during the making of the game?
No animals were harmed during the making.
Okay, excellent. We just have to make sure our sponsors want to know that. So you mentioned, Evan, you mentioned developing the graphics.
Yep. So
I was going to ask you what kind of application you use for developing the graphics, but I might be able to guess based on your apparel today.
Oh yeah. So we used Blender for the 3D side, and then some special techniques for actually implementing the different fur patterns and colors. A lot of this art is just based off a few palettes, so there's just selections of colors and fur patterns. So for the dog specifically, we made this custom shader that would slide the UVs around to change the actual detail markings on the fur coat, as well as the color, and then we could just tell it through code, pick a random number 0 through 16, and then it can assign that value of color, and that basically lessened the workload for all the graphics, as now we only need to worry about the general UV location for certain colors. Like all the map environments are based off of only 10 palette colors, I believe, and gradients from dark to light of those. And so by just using those simple gradients, we can actually create some very interesting and stylized appearances on like the whole gym setup here. If you notice, it's all just gradients and solid colors, except for the poster, which was hand-drawn.
Oh, neat.
So that's the only hand-drawn thing besides fur patterns as well.
Did you also do the animation in Blender, or let Unity handle that?
I did the animation in Blender, so I'm the one who did the animation for the running, the spinning out, the jumping. But there's a few animations in here that are for specifically the like the final event, or like the when you finish the race, the first place corgi gets to get up on 2 legs and does a little dance, and that dance is randomized. And so just to add a little extra flair to the end. And those we got off those offline. Basically, we made a custom rig to match some websites Mixamo rigging setup, and then we could just say do this dance, and then we could export those animations.
Okay, and you also incorporated sound design, sound effects of the dogs running, winning, and a music soundtrack as well, correct?
Yep. And so we basically just threw some stuff together. We used this pretty unique tool called the OP1, and that basically we got like 4 tracks to work with, and we just exported them over to Unity, and they were able to loop seamlessly. And so we have only like maybe 3 or 4 songs, just because of the time we had. But you know, all the sound effects, like there's UI pops or clicks or stuff like that, those are recorded on the same device, and then we could just export them to Unity as well.
And you said the OP1 as in the small synthesizer,
yes.
handheld synthesizer OP1. Wow, that's a lot to do on such a small device.
It's basically designed to be a whole workstation, and to get its value out, you need to use it for everything, because it's quite expensive. So yeah, and then now you can see this little finale. First one's doing a little dance.
Got the moves.
Well, Luke, what was the most challenging part about the game mechanics for you? Perhaps the physics? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So I think the most challenging thing with it really comes down to it being a networked game, because when you're developing a regular single player game, it's like you can visually see that something is working. Like you press play, you test the game, and it's like, that's working okay. But with networking, there's a lot more challenges that are involved. Maybe something is working on the server when you test it, but maybe the client isn't getting the right information. Or maybe they get the right information, but it's happening at such a time where it's desynchronizing their game state from the server. So a big challenge involved with making this game was sort of play testing things, seeing it working, and then trying it again later as like a client, and then it breaking, and then having to keep reiterating over the developments and making sure that the game works seamlessly for all players over the network together.
Okay, that sounds like a lot of work went into it. Do you feel that having this network component as a requirement helped you grow as developers?
Definitely, it really it stretches your legs, and even if nothing else, it's a great experience to know how this kind of technology works, right? Like, if you play like any multiplayer game like on your own time, it's like, oh, this is easy. Like you connect to the server and you shoot things. It's super easy to implement. But really on a low level, trying to work with that technology, you start to learn that like there's a lot to this to making it work properly and feel like a good experience first and foremost.
Okay, good. So it's an educational and maybe cathartic experience learning how to incorporate networking. Do you think your next game that you work on is going to be a network game?
I think the next game probably not, but I really think it's a great design space, multiplayer games, right? Because it's you're from a game design perspective, you have this new element of how other players behave, right? So it's like if you think of a single player game, sometimes, especially when you're playing against the computer, you can almost solve the game, and it's a finished state. Like, this is the way that you beat the game and win. But in a multiplayer game, especially one where you're playing against other players, there's this added dynamic where you can't guarantee what the enemies are doing. So as you have these gameplay mechanics where the player does something and the enemies react, it's sort of this feedback loop of an evolving game over time.
Interesting perspective. So, we're almost out of time. Is there anything you would like to add to this? Or maybe plans on what your plans on are the game, if there are any, going forward? Do you care to develop any more levels, add some more challenges, new races?
I think for at the moment, I think the game is pretty solid as it is. Perhaps we'll come back to it in the future and add some new content, but currently not a priority.
Okay, you found a stopping point, and we're done with it. We don't want to make this a forever game, right?
Yeah.
You finished it. It works. People can enjoy it. enjoy the artwork, enjoy the mechanics, and even your friends can enjoy it, challenging you across the internet. So speaking of internet, please check it out on itch.io. You can play the game, you can rank the game, you can even take a scavenger hunt quiz and answer questions to win prizes. How much fun can that be? Well, I appreciate you having you in the studio with us today. Luke and Evan, thank you very much. Coming up next, we have Hunter's Quest. Thank you.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to...
Hi, I'm Christian Navarro with the Florida Polytechnic 2021 Game Expo. In the studio with me, I have Joshua, who is the developer of a 2D platformer called Hunter Quest, where we have skeletons, we have strange creatures, and we have new lands to discover, and kind of a medieval type terrain. Can you tell us a little bit about this game, Josh?
It's a 2D platformer, but also has a lot of MMO elements.
Okay.
It's mostly about you going out killing strong monsters, getting gold from them, and using them to become more and more powerful to eventually become the most renowned adventurer and monster hunter in the world.
Okay, it sounds like that's starting to creep up to a narrative. What is the background on this most powerful hunter in the world?
It's a very sort of I was not focusing too heavily on narrative. That's more or less the extent of it. It's very much generic sort of fantasy hunting monsters.
Okay, and you mentioned about acquiring gold. Is that the only reward, or is there another reward system in the game?
There is gold and renown, basically a measure of how powerful monsters you've killed. Basically, how powerful you are as a hunter and as a adventurer.
Okay, so as you kill more powerful monsters, as you say, your abilities to claim the fame, your pride is going to grow a little bit as you gain this experience.
Yes.
Which some games might call it experience points. Okay, and what are probably the most challenging monsters in this game that a player has to face?
Probably the flying bats, just because they're flying. You have to actually jump up and try to hit them. They are the most difficult. I had plans to go more in depth and to involve more powerful monsters, but due to time restraints, I wasn't able to get much past the bats. In terms of difficult.
Flying bats, and those are those the ones with the big eyes?
Yes, those are the ones with the big eyes.
Okay.
The wing.
They look kind of creepy, the big eyes. The graphics in here have I like the aesthetic on it. It's a typical fantasy 2D platformer. Can you tell me about the graphics? Did you acquire, download them? Did you do some of the pixel work yourself?
I tried to do some pixel work, but that is not very much my strong suit, and I purchased them from a artist I found.
Okay. So
they did the graphics for both the player characters, the enemies, and the environmental textures.
Okay, so that way it allowed you to focus on the game design and the game development instead of working on the art, which is important, but I see that you're a one-person team. It's going to be difficult to handle all the roles, the sound design, the graphic design, the game development. Okay, that makes sense. I would definitely do the same thing so that I can work on what's most important to me, the aesthetic of the game, the mechanics. What did you find particularly challenging with a game like this?
I definitely think the most challenging was the networking aspect, allowing multiple people to interact across the same servers and interact with each other. It's not how we normally develop games. Normally, as in Game Design 1, we spent a lot of time working on single-player games, and to work with a networking engine like this can be new and difficult, I would say.
New and difficult. So you feel you acquired new skills and you grew as a student and as a developer?
I've definitely improved thanks to the networking engine.
Okay. Wow. What can we do with the networking component of this? Is there going to be an MMOL kind of thing? There's other players can join in?
Yes, other players can join in. There is a PvP aspect to it. You can kill more powerful hunters to get some experience from them as well.
Oh wow! Okay, good. And you talked a little bit about the rewards. Is there a definite win in this game, or are you just trying to achieve that experience and the gold, and grow over time, and it just never ends?
At the moment, yes. In the future, I would like to add in boss monsters that provide a sort of finish line, and a sort of ending point to that experience.
All right, that makes sense. And what do you see going forward with this game? Is there going to be any more development on it after this?
I'd like to. I would like to develop it more and actually grow it out into an actual game. This is a game with an end point and more meat to it.
Okay, so maybe prototype, looking at it right now, but you want to make it more attractive to bigger audiences by adding those other elements that takes time.
Yes.
Right? Takes time, and maybe you might need to add some people to your team of one to get all that incorporated. So, what do you plan on doing after this? I know this is your Game Design 2 class. You're a senior at Florida Polytechnic University. Do you have any plans?
Ideally, I'd like to work with a video game company and develop video games as a full-time job.
Okay. Indie or AAA?
Probably AAA.
Okay. Good. Well, I hope we can help you make that come true. Is there any other things you would like to add to your time here in this sim lab?
I think we've covered it.
Awesome, Joshua. Thank you so much for coming to the sim lab and sharing your game, Hunter Quest. Coming up next, we have Rattlesnake and Tank in the Florida Poly Sim Lab. Thank you.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to...
Welcome to the Florida Poly 2021 Game Expo. I'm at the Sim Lab with Dylan and his game Rattlesnake and Tank, an arcade action game like no other. So, Dylan, can you tell us a little bit about the backstory for Rattlesnake and Tank? It's an interesting title. It must have an interesting story.
Alright, so the base backstory of the game is there's, of course, the two main characters called Rattlesnake and Tank, and the goal with it is to have the Rattlesnake and Tank team up to defeat the Bear and Bunny, which is the big bad boss, who's took over the town like a typical sheriff western sort of style thing. They ended up losing their memory beforehand, though, so they kind of just wander into town and take them out.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. So, I see some 1-bit graphics. We have some color. Were these graphics part of a download pack on the asset store in Unity? Or did you develop them yourself?
I developed literally every single asset, including visual, audio, and such, other than one wing sound that's played at the title screen, because I needed a way to check audio there. And basically, I went and animated most of them. I started with the player characters to go and make sure all of them looked right, and just developed an enemies based off of bunnies in order to build all the enemy types. And then main thing was looking at other pixel art and trying to go and see how to convert it into a 1-bit style, like rocks, cactus, and other western sort of arts as well, and just trying to turn anything that I could into pixel art.
Okay, well, it definitely appears that you achieved the pixel art, and notice that you're a one-person team.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that this stretched your skills and your abilities a little bit, producing all the art, all the sound design, the game mechanics?
Very much so, especially when it came to coding. I'll admit, coding-wise, I had a lot of issues. In fact, the WebGL build, even just whenever I built it, for some reason did strange things like lowering the bullet speed of the two player characters, so I had to go back in and double that just to fix that for the actual WebGL build. Main thing is, art-wise, I felt like I did pretty fine on all that. Sound design could be a bit better, but I really like the fact of how I was able to go and make all the sounds, and particularly the music tracks, especially the boss one, I really liked how I did with that one. And then for coding, yeah, that's where I definitely need to focus a lot more on the summertime in order to make it where the code works well. Mainly just for making the art look great in the actual editor is what I'm trying to get to a point-wise. Basically, figure out how Unity's animator works.
Okay. Now, I know you're in the advanced sound design for gaming class. You mentioned you added music, you added sound design.
Mm-hmm.
What's a major drive for putting sound in? Why is that important, or is it that important to you?
Honestly, it was kind of important, but it wasn't really necessarily needed for this game, necessarily, besides just being nice to have. Though the main drive for me personally on that was mainly I just want to see if I could make said sound design stuff. I want to see if I could make necessarily a boss music theme and just a bass theme, and also just make some interesting sound effects along the way.
Okay, excellent. Mm-hmm. Now, is there anything you would do differently if you're approaching this game again?
Definitely do way more prototyping / coding just beforehand to try and make sure all the systems work properly together. And also probably leave a bit more room for debugging. I only had like the past few days to actually go and make sure that debug was correctly. And had to basically speed run debugging this entire last week.
Okay.
Which was kind of interesting, but I would prefer not to do it again.
So when you're doing your speed debugging, did that reveal any weaknesses, things that you might need to improve in your skill base?
Definitely. Main thing was, of course, just coding in general, but also just sort of logic checking. I know one of the major bugs that I had was enemies were sometimes able to escape bounds, and I had to figure out a way that would basically always send them back into the player area. And what I did in order to fix that, which was kind of interesting is I just sort of sent them back, made where their direction would be going to the middle of the screen, since the camera is always going to be in the middle, and out of bounds would be wherever the camera isn't able to see. Just going and making them head towards the camera would make every single enemy go back to the actual in-game room. But you can actually see that whenever they go and touch the walls, they'll start going and heading just a little bit back there. But then as soon as they leave the wall, then they'll be able to go and activate their movement code again in order to pick a new direction if they want.
Okay, interesting. Now, I like the graphics. To me, it reminds me of a vector style aesthetic that I grew up on with the asteroids. It was one of my favorite vector style games, Star Castles.
I was going for that sort of aesthetic with it, actually.
Oh, is there anything else you'd like to tell us about the graphics?
Well, is going to be a bit more later in the video after the boss fight is done. This is the boss fight right now against the actual Baron, who's able to even spawn in enemies, has different attacks and such. But there was a lot of unused art assets. I know one, which I also put in the video later on to just go and show that as well. And probably the main one that I'm kind of upset that I cut was the mysterious figure who technically appears within the game, but there was these as you saw before the stage started, there was a sort of cutscene image. He was supposed to appear there and be like sort of the revealed villain thing and then send the Baron after you. So they're like the actual villain guy.
Okay.
He'll show up later and I'll point him out once he actually does appear.
Well, I liked the contrast you added by incorporating color just on some elements, because it definitely brings it out. I remember in the 80s when I'd see color on a vector graphic, I would think, wow, that's so neat. We've got color on vector graphics instead of monochrome. So I appreciate that, and I'm sure other people will appreciate that because it adds so much contrast to the
main purpose, though, is actually gameplay purposes for the color. Because the green ones are supposed to be items that you want to pick up that are good, while red stuff you don't want touching Snake, otherwise you're going to take damage.
Oh, okay.
So if you touch any of those ones with him, you're going to end up having a bad time. But all the green stuff give you items and things that will help you out in the fights.
So the green things are going to provide with rewards. What are all the different rewards that you can achieve in this game?
Literally the two main items. You can also, of course, the win screen, which we now see right here, which is after you beat the boss. But there is the big bullet item, which is basically can take out any basic enemy. It deals a lot of damage to the boss. And then the healing item, which is used to restore your HP. Which, by the way, is the in between levels, you don't actually recover HP. So you have to go and get those green healing items if you want to be able to live.
Okay, excellent.
And this is where the extra pixel art stuff. This was just little happy animations I want to have whenever the enemy hits you.
Oh, that looks like...
Yeah, that was used...
style.
There's the mysterious figure guy, who was I wanted to show in. He would come down on that chain and then basically be shocked that you guys were here. I also wanted when they died to have explosions. And then there's this is just a bunch of art assets. Some of these were used, like the barrels and Goopy right there, which is the little slime ball. And then other ones like the cactus with the hat and portrait didn't get used. Anyway.
Are there any plans over the summer to broaden your art, to get it to more people, make more games?
The main things that I'd say I would like to go and improve on the summer is just all sorts of arts in general. I am pretty decent at pixel art, but I also want to get better at 3D modeling, as well as sort of hand-drawn art, if that makes sense.
Yes.
In which I can go and basically do any sort of art thing I want, and then also import that into Unity and make it look good in there as well. So I need to also get better at coding, specifically animation, particle effects, and stuff like that. Less so systems like changing rooms and complicated number calculations.
Okay. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get some opportunities this summer, maybe some game jams, work with some other teams, and contribute your artwork to those. I'm sure there's some groups that would really appreciate this style of pixel art.
I know I've already signed up for a few game jams that are coming this summer. So hey, if you need anyone for a game jam this summer, you can call on me.
Check out Dylan. He'll lend you his pixel shaping hands for your game this summer. Plenty of time to work on that. Well, I appreciate having you here, Dylan, in the Florida Poly Sim Lab. Up next, we have Combat Pinball. That sounds dangerous. Thank you very much.
Have a nice day, everyone.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Tired of sitting behind a desk all day? Want your kids to stop playing so many foreign video games? Then we've got just the thing for you. PenCorp proudly presents Space Howdy Boy, the latest combat pinball arena from PenCorp. Wholesome American fun, approved by the Amusement Entertainment Authority. Relive the old days when a game of pinball was just a walk down to the malt shop. Combat Pinball delivers all of the spectacle of the arcade and all of the fun of watching a ball game with the family. Watch our ace pinball pilots light up the arena as they battle it out. In PinCorp's newest deathmatch rule set, pilots race against the clock to see who can score the most kills. And coming soon, the new PinCorp Cadets program. See how the game is played up close and maybe score a few kills yourself.
Notice, PinCorp is not responsible for any injury that may occur to your child, up to and including death.
So come check out the newest Combat Pinball, brought to you by PinCorp, entertainment you can trust.
Alright, welcome back to Spring 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. I have in the studio Ethan and Nathan, and they are the developers of the game Combat Pinball. So guys, why don't we start off with you guys explaining what the game is?
So Combat Pinball was our take on doing something that would be simple and fun. So it's pinball where you move by shooting guns. So the way that the game works is that you're a pinball in a pinball playfield, and you have two weapons, a spray weapon and a blast, and you use those to propel yourself and shoot at the other pinballs. And the goal of the game is to die the least.
The least.
So every pinball has a health bar. You can see the one there on the screen's at 100% right there. And when that goes down to 0, you lose control of the gun, and you fall just like a regular pinball would in pinball. And so then you're at the mercy of the flippers to not do that, not die.
So once the timer is done, is there a second level, or?
No, at the end of the timer, it shows all the different players and how many times they got rung out, and then takes you back to the main menu screen.
So what was the influence for the game?
Nathan's a really big pinball fan.
Yeah, we kind of just landed on the idea after, I don't know, like 4 hours of trying to come up with other ideas for networked games. And we were just like, this is simple. It shouldn't be too difficult to network, at least compared to our other ideas we were having. And it really just stuck from there. And so like I've also done a lot of stuff with repairing like arcade machines and pinball machines too in the past, so that was also probably a pretty
Your
big
house, there's
influence.
just a pinball machine in your room. It takes up like more space than anything else in there.
So in the middle of the pinball machine, there is a writing. What does that writing say?
The writing is Space Howdy Boy. That's the title of this Combat Pinball Arena. So we kind of wanted to have like something between like a pulpy sci-fi and a Western look to it.
Okay, so that was the only influence for that?
There's that, and then there's I'm a big fan of very arcadey like shoot 'em up games.
Okay.
So we wanted to have something that was just kind of intuitive, just to pick up and play. And once you get a hang of it, it takes a second to get used to how the aiming works, because you're aiming with a drawn controller with the right stick and then firing with the triggers. Once you're used to it, it's pretty fun just to even just move around and try and stay alive.
For the game, do you guys have any like, post-processing effects?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit, yeah, because I can tell. What all did you all use?
From memory, there's definitely some depth of field on there. Bloom, obviously. Probably like color correction too.
Color correction. Okay. Did you all use the shader graph at all for this?
Yeah. So one of the things that was on the playfield, there's the like circular bumpers. There's 2 of them on each side that are bigger ones. And for that one, I set up like a glass shader, so it has some refraction, and it turned out pretty nice.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Did you all just use the built-in pipeline, or did you use HDRP or universal?
This one is universal.
Universal. Okay, nice. Good. So, if I'm a new player, haven't played the game before, playing for the first time, how difficult is it?
Like I said before, there's a bit of a learning curve to get used to keeping yourself from falling. Like you need to be shooting downwards a lot of the time to keep yourself up in the air. But once you get the hang of that and spacing out your shots so you can basically hover, you pick up on how to like fire in one direction and then fire quickly with the blast to counteract the momentum from it. And there's a lot of movement tricks you can do doing stuff like that. So a bit higher of like a floor than usual, but there's also a pretty high ceiling for player movement.
So, as the developers of the game, what was the biggest challenge that you guys have faced?
Probably the networking. There's not a whole lot of stuff that we have to synchronize, but what we do need to synchronize here is like everything's moving constantly. So there's not really any downtime where you don't send information. And especially with a game like this, things are moving really fast. So the bits of space in between updates over the network, a lot can happen in that time. And making it so those movements between messages getting sent feels natural and doesn't feel like there's latency was probably the biggest time sink.
So, you guys had a time constraint, right? And at the same time, you guys are working on a different game, which we will talk about in a little bit. But if you didn't have any time constraints, what would be some other mechanics that you would implement into this game?
We had talked before about having like different arenas with game modes to them, so we'd actually planned out a few different kinds of like win conditions and ways of like bringing out other players that would have been fun to implement. But we stuck with the tried and true classic pinball.
One thing that I noticed, it's kind of out of the box game, right? Maybe something else you guys could add is maybe some weather conditions, such as like wind, maybe like a desert. You're playing in like a desert, so you would have like all these different constraints that affect the players. Just some ideas. So, what is next for this game?
I think for this game, it's probably just going to stay the way it is. We might clean up a couple things, but we have a couple other ideas that we're thinking about moving to after this semester.
Okay. Did you have any trouble balancing the game, or is there like something that is very overpowered in the game?
Players, you kind of go down in like a hit or two, but we feel like that's kind of in the spirit of things because then you're constantly in that state of oh, am I gonna make this? Am I gonna be caught by something? Am I above a thing that will keep me bouncing up in the air? And most of the time you are. So unless you're just really getting hit, we think it's pretty balanced.
Okay. Right. Do y'all have anything else to add?
Not in particular.
All right. Well, if y'all don't have anything else, you guys can play Combat Pinball on download it from itch.io and play it on your own computer. We will actually be right back with Ethan and Nathan with their second game. All right, we're back with Ethan and Nathan. This time they're going to be talking about their independent game, Dream Frontier. So, Ethan and Nathan, what is the game about?
So Dream Frontier is a turn-based role-playing game inspired by Earthbound and 90s Squaresoft RPGs like Final Fantasy.
Okay.
And we've been working on this project for a while. This is a revamped version of a game we demoed in fall 2019 that was then called Tales from the Unknown.
Mm-hmm. So are you guys big fans of Final Fantasy games?
I am, and he's a big fan of Earthbound.
Okay.
So
Nice. So, as an independent game, you said you guys debuted the game in fall 2019. How long have you all been working on this?
So this game started in the summer of 2019 or so.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty much the game that got us into, it got me into doing 3D art, and it got you into programming RPGs, which you've done about 7 times now. So this is, I don't even know what number of iteration this is of the game, but we've been working on this a pretty long time.
For better or worse, there's probably like 4 or 5 different versions of this project that exist.
They're near this state of completion.
So, what are some mechanics that are being used in the game?
So it's got a pretty basic turn-based gameplay in terms of you have basic attacks, a magic which is called PSI items, and in terms of some unique features, there's rolling, health, and magic. So the way that works is when the character takes damage, which
you'll just see it here.
Yeah. So your health moves down in real time, and during that time while the health is ticking down, you can actually still act in the game. It's not like in a usual game where it's turn-based where you have to wait until it's up.
So this is a single-player game right
Yes.
now. Do you plan on incorporating multiplayer?
No.
No?
No. Unless we do the tried and true classic, like some of the old Final Fantasies had, where you just assign a character to another controller. But beyond something like that, probably not.
Okay, so what is the main differences between the games that kind of made you create this game since summer of 2019 versus this game? Does it have the same backstory to it, same mechanics? What are the similarities and what are the differences?
So at its core, it's pretty much the same idea that we had back then. Over time, the art style has changed really drastically. It was originally a cel-shaded game with the characters having more realistic proportions. Now it's going for a claymation style with more realistic textures, materials.
So you guys mentioned you guys made most of the assets, is that correct?
Yeah, this is pretty much entirely us.
Yeah. I think everything here is.
Yeah, everything is. All the characters are me. A lot of the environment stuff is Nathan's.
Yeah, it looks like a professional game to me. Now, what about the texture?
Texturing is a lot of open source PBR textures.
Okay.
Specifically for all the claymation, there's a fingerprint texture that we use as a height map.
Okay.
Yeah, the way a lot of the characters, the color palette of them is it's just a really small texture file of just colors.
Okay.
The little squares of pixels of color that all the UVs are dropped into. So it's.
So what kind of shading methods did you guys use on this?
So for the clay shader in specific, there's quite a lot going on. There's a whole subsurface scattering section of the shader, because the clay is kind of a weird material where light passes through it quite a bit.
Sure.
But it doesn't have a lot of reflectance.
Uh-huh.
So specular lighting doesn't really show up on it too much. And as you can imagine, simulating light passing through something is something that'd be kind of expensive to do.
Of course.
So the shader does a lot of heavy lifting for simulating that.
Uh-huh.
And then also there's another section of shader that's dedicated to the claymation look of everything. So it's a little difficult to see when the characters aren't close to the screen, but every like 0.75 seconds or so, the characters kind of jitter around a little bit, and
Okay.
the fingerprint texture moves to sort of simulate a claymation video.
Nice. Yeah, that's a nice addition. So, do you plan on improving this game and maybe releasing it?
Potentially. A lot of things are a little up in the air for us right now, just because we have graduation coming up.
Sure.
But there's quite a bit of stuff that we were in progress on with this game that didn't quite make it into the demo here.
Okay.
So ideally that stuff gets sorted out and we have a more complete demo here to show off.
Perfect.
Yeah, beyond that, we're not entirely sure. A lot of this is very asset heavy.
So, if you were to release this to a platform, would this be more like a Nintendo game or a PC game?
PC, probably. So, our dream of having something on a Nintendo console one day would be nice.
So, how do you win this game?
At the end of this little area that the characters are walking through, there is a cave, and there is a character in there that you can talk to, and that triggers a boss fight.
Okay. So, why don't you all explain what's going on the screen right now?
So this is a random encounter with an enemy, which is over now, but there's little...
Another one, just a second.
Yeah. There's little characters on the overworld that if you run into them, it triggers an encounter, which that's kind of inspired by Earthbound system of random encounters, which we like because it gives you a chance to run in the overworld futilely.
So, Basil and Lavender, those were two characters I remember from Summer, right?
Yeah, all these characters are the same.
Same characters?
Though since the summer, yeah, we had revamped their designs pretty drastically, but the same idea.
So, you two are great game developers. You guys have developed games in Game Dev 1, Game Dev 2, and you are doing your own independent game. So, as game developers, what is next for you two?
Well, post-college, I think a lot of things are going to shift to getting a job, but definitely in the future, hobby game development, if not as a career, is totally going to be happening. We've already been talking about potential new project ideas and just things that we want to move forward and experiment with. Like, I'd like to get some more C++ experience, so I want to try messing around with Unreal a little bit.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's a good idea. Unreal is definitely another, big platform to learn. So do y'all have anything else you would like to add that we might have not covered?
So during this, I don't know if there's any audio during the stream right now, but I have to give a shout out to Julian, who is here behind camera, who did some audio for this game for us. If you look on our itch.io page, there's a link to his SoundCloud. You can check out some of his music. Go do it. His music's great.
Well, shout out to Julian. All right. Thank you all so much. Don't forget, you can find all our games on itch.io. You can download them. You can vote for them. And we will be right back with a game called An Inconvenient Assault.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to
All right. We're back with Dustin, AJ, and Michael. They are the developers of the game and Inconvenient Assault. So let me start off with asking, how'd you come up with the name?
You go for it. I'll
go
for it.
So, yeah, we kind of wanted to create a game that was like, we wanted a silly melee weapon-based game, and we're like, our idea was sort of, okay, there's a invasion, but you don't have like normal weapons. You just have like whatever is lying around. Like we were gonna have like, you know, like a clown that has like a balloon animal, like stuff like that. We were gonna have like a businessman with like a suitcase, and just like the whole idea of the game being that you knock things, but you don't actually damage them directly. So yeah, that's kind of like where that came from.
So you can actually pick up multiple weapons and use them?
We didn't get to that. Unfortunately, we had to cut a lot from our original plan.
Okay. Yeah, we'll come back to that question. I want to definitely follow up on that. So, you mentioned this is a multiplayer action game,
Yep.
right? What was the influence behind making a multiplayer action game?
Well, to be honest, having to make a network game, we sort of thought, okay, we're not entirely sure how we're going to make like I feel we felt like with genres we had to be careful to choose something that we could feasibly accomplish in the time, and I think that the top-down style we thought would be kind of a safer option. We were hesitant to do something like first person because we thought that with the networking it might be very difficult to get that in like a playable state. So that's the biggest reason.
So, other than networking, what was the biggest challenge?
Should I talk about the map?
Sure.
Yeah, so the map, basically, I made a bunch of small tiles that had somewhat low resolution textures, and we wanted the map to sort of be not one large giant piece, but tiles so we could change it if we wanted to. And I would have to input by hand into this really large, it was a 100 by 100 array, and I had to put in numbers to represent each tile, and then I would have to go through it and generate it. And that just took a lot of time. That was the big issue.
Okay. Did y'all have any other big issues?
I mean, aside from networking, actually, yes. The other big issue is we have the main issue with the mechanic is that the collision knockback system is still finicky. To be honest, it's I think it's not really a networking problem because it's a problem that I notice happens on the server as well, and I think it has to do with the fact that we're using collisions on like an animation or on like we have a object with a collider that's on an animated model, and it wasn't really anything like I've worked with before, and it's not it just didn't go as smoothly as we thought, and I think like we poured a lot of time to try and figure out why it was like not quite as fluid as we liked, and we just didn't really have time to get it to the state we wanted it.
So the grid looks like a Lego grid, but which has a massive effect. Definitely enjoy seeing that. So, you guys mentioned about making some of the assets.
Yeah, I did all the texture work, so anything like the rock, the grass, the road, and everything. And I also did the logo for an Inconvenient Assault and some of the menu graphics as well. And then there's the models, though, are off of the internet, I believe. And you can talk about those.
We were going to make models, but we just didn't quite have the time, and we ended up basically using Mixamo.com, and we got models and animations from there that we used for the characters. And it's also, partly why it was hard to think about trying to add more classes like we originally intended, because we had to use models that we could find.
So, the names that characters have, are those main input names, or is this? Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't think the lobby's in our gameplay video, but basically, and also it wasn't the updated version of the lobby anyway, but the new version of the lobby, you can set your name and it'll show you any other players that are connected and their names and whether or not they're ready.
Okay.
And you just set your name, you set when you're ready, and then the game starts when all the clients are ready.
Yeah, and we all kind of have a sense of humor, so some of the names are kind of funny.
So how do you win the game?
So this is kind of we weren't sure if we were going to have like a standard winning like mechanism in this game, and we ended up just going with sort of survive as long as you can, and you get points for like knocking enemies into pits, because sort of that's like the main way that you have to defeat zombies is you have to knock them into pits because your weapons don't actually do damage.
That's what makes it inconvenient.
Yeah, very inconvenient.
All right. You guys had a time constraint on this game, right? Started beginning of semester possibly, and now we're in April. If you had more time, what other mechanics would you add to this game? And just a follow up to that, was there any mechanics that you wanted to implement but couldn't because of time constraint?
Yes, definitely. Well, for one, as I already mentioned, we would definitely add other classes. That would be like the first thing to add a lot more to the game. And then also, we were originally thinking about having like a wave-based system where you have like, because what we ended up doing is the difficulty sort of ramps up as the game continues. We were kind of originally planning more of like you survive to a certain wave and you're trying to beat like all the waves. And I also thought that it would have been, after like just playing with it, it would have been really fun to have like a battle mode where you're just fighting like
You against the other
friends,
players, yeah.
just trying to knock them off. I think that was kind of a missed opportunity.
And then we also would have, with time, could have had like, models and stuff. And there was more, because I would have been doing more animations and stuff, but time, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Yes. So, do y'all plan on working on this afterwards?
We might come back to it, but
I could see a spiritual successor.
Yeah.
Maybe not this specifically, but having a new project, getting to start fresh and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this was a really good just experience of trying to create a network, like a full network game, and that was the biggest thing I think we got from this.
Definitely. So, as game developers, AJ, Dustin, and Michael, what is next for you guys?
Guess we can go and order you first.
I don't know. It's really hard.
Do you plan on making more games?
I definitely want to, yes. I don't really know like what direction I want to go, if that's kind of what you're asking, but I definitely do want to work more on game development. I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I also will definitely be making more games. I love getting to do this kind of stuff. It's a great opportunity. And like right now, I just started working on coding my own 2D game engine.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it's definitely something I plan on continuing.
What language are you using?
It's going to be in C.
C?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What about you, AJ?
Yeah, it's kind of like Michael was saying. Like I don't exactly know what specific direction I'm going from here. I do have a project with a couple of other students that I want to work on over this summer.
Okay.
It was actually started. It was a project we actually started as a part of a game jam this semester.
Nice.
But other than that, it's kind of like get a job and keep working on games as a hobby until maybe one day I can actually make enough money to live off of it.
I got you. So do y'all have anything else you want to add?
Enjoy the game.
Yeah.
It's when we were testing, we had a ton of fun playing it. So
Yeah, I will say despite like a lot of its issues, it was kind of fun to play
it was
for some reason.
fun, yeah.
So
Gameplay is its strongest point, for sure.
Yes, so definitely go on to itch.io, play the game, and tell us how they did. Give us feedback, and we will be right back with the next game, The Burning Streets.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Alright, welcome back to Spring 2021 Florida Poly Game Expo. Here in the studio I have Caitlin, Cameron, and Nick with me. They are the developers of the game Burning Streets. So, let's start it off with, can you tell us more about your game?
Yeah, sure. So when we made Burning Streets, one of the focuses we wanted to do is kind of just a multiplayer FPS. Because we figured if we were making a multiplayer game, an FPS is a lot more immersive in the game. But we also wanted to kind of go with the unique approach of your weapons don't necessarily kill people, but they apply forces that propel them away. So we also want to kind of incorporate like the floor is lava kind of approach where you have to jump around the map. So you kill your opponents by just launching them into the lava around, and your objective is to capture the control points as you play the game.
Okay, so you mentioned some interesting concepts. What was the influence behind coming up with those mechanics?
Yeah, so basically, the main mechanic of this game is, of course, the forces, the projectiles of your weapons that propel people away. And so the first thing that we thought about was basically like, we kind of wanted an FPS game. And then we were like, we wanted floor is lava. And then it's like, okay, well, how can we turn that into like some sort of like FPS, like multiplayer, maybe even competitive if you wanted to say that experience. Okay. Well, you want to push people away. You want to knock them back. So we give you weapons that don't deal damage, but that push people away. And so what you do is originally it was going to be like a free-for-all style where it was just last man standing and the lava was constantly rising. But we had some like we never really had a good like idea of what exactly we wanted to do with that. So we decided to simplify it by basically just making it into a team-based control point style setup where you have to run around and control parts of the map and like fight over them. And because it's a knockback based system, it'll play well with having a control point or like control style game mode where you have to stay in one spot. And then as you get the control points, the lava will rise, and we adapted that to do that, and it will force you into different areas of the map, and you'll have to use different parts of terrain.
So I see an arrow on the right corner that shows, that tells you where the flags are?
Yes, it does show you where the flag is. We have since updated to kind of improve it a bit so it points more accurately in the way. In the build, there was a little bit of a problem with getting it to work, but in the actual game, it does work correctly, so go ahead and check that out.
Yes.
And here we have just all the screens of everyone playing the game to show that it is indeed a multiplayer game.
Uh-huh.
And it is a bit hectic in the way, but we thought that's kind of what makes it fun to kind of have this hectic knockback in kind of the city environment.
Okay. So at the beginning of the video, there was the lobby, and it looked a little bit different. What can you tell us about the lobby?
So I recently played a similar game that has an in-game lobby, and I thought it was really interesting how you could control a character in the lobby without actually playing the game. So instead of having, a bunch of UI buttons where you click this to join this team and click this to ready up, we decided to kind of create an environment where you could walk around, mess with some physics, see how they work before the game starts, and you can just walk into the squares to pick your own team and then ready up whenever you're good.
Interesting. That's definitely very interesting. So, one of the main issues with multiplayer games is balancing the game. How did you balance your game?
So one of the ways we balanced it is in the sense that we gave the players the freedom to create their own teams. So like Caitlin was saying with the lobby, we also gave the ability for them to balance their own teams if they wanted to. So when the players initially connect, they join the team with the least amount of players, so it kind of balances. But let's say, all right, I want everybody to fight me, Cameron, because I am the best at the game. I will tell everyone to join the other team, and I'll try and beat them at the game.
Wow. Yeah. And then when it comes to weapon balancing, there wasn't really very much too much actual balance testing, but it was more so just it's balanced in the sense of everyone starts with a pretty weak and slow firing pistol that has basic knockback that can get the job done, but there are 3 other different weapons that can spawn from the plane via care packages that you can pick up. There's an SMG, there's an assault rifle, and there's a rocket. The rocket shoots really slow, but it shoots really powerful bursts that basically, if you shoot at the control point, everyone's off of it. The SMG shoots really fast firing bullets that don't do a lot of knockback, but our forces are kind of additive, so if you hit a lot of bullets on someone, it will go flying, but you have to hit a bunch of bullets. And then the assault rifle kind of shoots slow, but hits a little harder.
So, in the gameplay, I noticed that at the top there are some more buildings. What are those?
Okay, so that's our lobby.
Okay, that's the lobby.
Right now, in the video recording, it's kind of up in the air because we were having difficulties moving it. For some reason, it was causing a lot of adverse effects.
Sure.
But I think, did we move it in the funnel?
Yeah, we did move it so it now is correctly placed and is no longer defying physics.
Okay. Yeah, and it's no longer just looming in the distance, and you're like, what's that?
And Caitlin did all of the level design in this, so she placed all of the models and lobbies. And that I'm really happy with how it turned out because it makes you feel really immersed in this kind of city environment.
Yeah, I like how, packed everything is and you can actually get to everything really quickly. So, what about the models? Did you all make the models yourselves?
No.
Free.
Yeah, it's part of an asset pack. But I actually did make this rocket launcher.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, there was one thing this whole time you can ask them. I said, I'm like, we need a rocket launcher. I don't know why. I wanted a rocket launcher in my FPS game, and the asset pack didn't have a rocket launcher. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll have to take this into my own hands. And I took a model and I just chopped it up a little bit and I made a rocket launcher. But basically, everything else is pretty much from the asset pack. I also made the bullets, but they're just kind of just a bunch of particle effects and stuff.
So, what didn't make it to the final cut of the game?
So I will say there's one weapon that didn't make it to the final cut. There's actually assets in there, but it never actually came to fruition. I wanted to make a shotgun. And the interesting thing about the shotgun would be that, obviously it shoots a bunch of pellets that each do a little bit of damage, but like I said, the forces are additive. So if you shoot a shotgun far away, you may hit a large area with a little bit of pellets. But if you shoot a shotgun below you, all those pellets would add up. And I wanted to make something really interesting where you could do a shotgun jump, but unfortunately that never really made it in. There were also going to be temporary platforms where there were going to be some areas, because obviously the higher you go, the less playable area there is. Sure. So we wanted to include some temporary platforms, but those just never made the cut.
So are you guys planning on further improving the game?
We'll see how time prevails and whatnot. We are very happy with how the finished product turned out. So if you'd like to play the game, feel free to check out the itch page and download it.
So, do you all have anything else to add?
One thing that I want to mention quickly is from the video, you may have noticed that we're kind of shooting at the ground to kind of move around. One of the things in this game that we really liked is the movement in this game.
Okay.
So you can use your own weapon to propel yourself to farther distances. So let's say the control point is suddenly on the other part of the map, away from you. You can use maybe a rocket launcher to shoot the ground to get there faster.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's a very neat concept.
You also have double jumping and air strafing. So there's a lot of movement. So this is a very movement game, movement based.
So as a first time user or player for this game, what would be the main difficulty that I would face?
The main difficulty might just be just getting used to like how you should play the game, because you'll definitely have to learn like all the little tricks, like the fact that you can basically rocket jump with any weapon, and the just the little intricacies of the air movement, and also the the placements of all the things. But I mean, I think the biggest hurdle would just be if you're not very comfortable with movement based games, but
All right. Well, thank you all so much.
Yeah.
Great
Thank you
game.
very much.
Thank you.
We will be, please check out their game on itch.io. Play the game, rate it, give them some feedback. I'm sure they would appreciate it. And we will be right back with the next game, Power Core Crusade.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold. Shopping. Welcome back. I'm here with Zane, and he is the developer of Power Core Crusade. So, Zane, tell us a little bit about the game.
Power Core Crusade is a top-down 2D beat-em-up game with some RPG values in it. And it's a game that I was looking to make for a little while because I've always thought some RPG games like Final Fantasy, they don't really have a system where you can dodge a boss's attacks, and it's not really skill-based. So I made an RPG with a top-down 2D kind of beat-em-up style, and it kind of remedies that, personally.
Nice, excellent. So on this, I noticed the character is an owl.
Yeah, the character is an owl. Owls are one of my favorite animals. Ever since I was little, I've read series like Guardians of Ga'Hoole by Catherine Lasky, and yeah, that was some of the inspiration.
Excellent. All right, so tell us the story since it is an RPG. What's the story behind this game?
The story is Samuel Longfeather is the main character's name, is an owl from the verdant forest, and he must make it his way to Mount Scorch in order to defeat an evil witch who wants to destroy the world for her own gain, gaining power from the power cores. And right now the game isn't, it only has like the 3 worlds fleshed out, but in the future I do plan on developing it. Like I already have an update pushed on itch.io that has some UI updates. So the game will look a little better than this when you download it.
So you hear that, go play the game, you'll have updates already. All right, excellent. So the one thing that when I was looking at your game and the title, I don't feel like that correlates very well. It's like Power Core, and you have like kind of a fantasy style. Where does that name come from?
The name comes from power cores, which are like the main MacGuffin of the game. You don't really ever see them in the game because the main antagonist is almost in possession of all of them by the point that you go on your adventure. So the whole point of the adventure is going on a crusade and powering up and gaining items that can help you match up to the witch and save the world.
Excellent. Okay. All right, so what would you say the most difficult part of developing this game was?
The most difficult part of developing this game was probably when I was starting with the inventory. I had to make sure that the game would save and write your inventory to the overlay, and it would save onto your character in a 2D array. That's why it kind of doesn't have stacking items. Like if you play a magic style, your inventory will quickly fill with blueberries, for instance, because they don't stack and they only heal 5 mana. But I plan on introducing some future magic items. And another challenge in development was the Cold Caverns level is very large. It's a recursive cave type puzzle with a sign, and it gives you a puzzle that you have to like decipher in order to make it to Mount Scorch. But if you make the wrong choice in going through Cold Caverns, then you'll be rewarded with powerful items that will help you on the volcanic level. Here's Cold Caverns.
Okay. And I noticed while we're going through here, the enemies seem to leave something when they get killed, and one of them is slowing down the hero. Like, what is that? Like, was that part of the mechanic?
Yeah, that's a sap slime. Most of the slime enemies in this game drop a puddle that negatively impacts the player. And on the first level, it doesn't punish you by dealing damage. It just releases a slow, like sticky sap puddle. But when you get to the volcanic level, the lava slimes leave behind a damaging lava puddle. So you get kind of introduced to that in the first level.
Okay. And this is what you're talking about, the recursive puzzle.
Yeah.
So, did you choose the right way or the wrong way on the video?
I chose both on the video.
Oh, okay.
Like I go the right way, and then I show what happens when you go the wrong way. So right now he's going the right way.
Just so you know, spoiler alerts. I like the slipping animation. That's cute.
Yeah, and another item that you can get rewarded with by going the wrong way is an item called the Ice Skates, which gives you complete immunity to ice and even increases your movement speed a little bit on the ice.
Nice.
So you can bypass an annoying mechanic if it interrupts your gameplay at the cost of one of your item slots. There's a lot of trade-offs with all the multiple items in the game.
Mm-hmm.
There's the pumpkin helmet in my inventory that just gives you 2 max HP. There's the vine scarf, which increases your movement speed but increases your bio stat, which plays into a rock, paper, scissors mechanic with the elemental affinities in the game. And there's the ice skates right there. I slip right into them. And I show what happens that when I take off the rose and I put on the boots, I can walk freely on the ice.
Okay. Now, the rock, paper, scissors mechanic, can you explain that a little bit more?
All right. There's 3 elemental affinities currently in the game. They are called Bio, Hydro, and Pyro, and they correspond directly to grass, water, and fire, respectively. And they have like a triangular advantage over each other. And how it works is if you balance your stats, you can minimize the disadvantages, but also minimize the advantages of having an elemental disadvantage or advantage. So how it works is if your bio stat right here is much higher than the rest of your stats, then you'll take significantly less damage from hydro or water-based attacks, but you'll take significantly more damage from fire-based attacks.
Okay. Excellent. Now, I noticed so the blueberries are filling up your inventory. Is there a way to get rid of the items if you don't want them?
Yes, there's a trash button. I made that more visible in the update, but it's like grayed out. And later on in the update, later on in the game, when my inventory gets more full, you'll see me deleting items that I can interact with the inventory and get rid of all the blueberries clogging it up.
So what is the lightsaber-looking sword? What is that?
That's a popsicle.
Popsicle, okay, yeah.
It's supposed to be the Cold Caverns themed level suite. Each level has a upgraded healing item that corresponds to the level. So the forest had apples that heal only 5 HP. The Cold Caverns level has popsicles that heal 8 HP, and the volcanic level has a secret suite that heals 10 HP.
All right. Excellent. So, do you have any plans on continuing with this game?
Yes, I'm already working on some updates because there are some features that didn't get implemented because I just didn't have time for it over the scope of the last month and a half I was making this game. One of the biggest ideas was multiple playable characters, and you'll see that if this gameplay reel goes all the way to the end, you'll see that the boss like kind of does something special. But other than that, maybe there's like some UI things like making dialogue appear 1 letter at a time. Other things that I plan to introduce in updates. Right now, I want to get through finals first, but maybe over the summer I can improve the game.
Excellent. Excellent. Is there anything else you want to talk about with the game mechanics or game? What you said there were some things that didn't get they're left out. Or is that just the multiple playable characters?
There was supposed to be a water, like a hydro character that you encountered in this big snow clearing at the beginning of Cold Caverns, but I just did not have time to implement it because I was working on the level design, and here we are on Mount Scorch. I was working on the level design extensively because everything that you see here, the players, the UI, the enemies, I sprited all that myself. Basically, the only thing that I didn't make in this game was the music, which I've credited, the tile maps, which I've credited. They're from an abandoned RPG project. And I think that there's some sound effects I got from Freesound, but I did make I did make some of the noises in here, like the Cold Caverns ambiance is a chilly breath that reverberates through the halls, and I really like that.
Nice. And so that's the lava puddles you're talking about. Excellent. So you made all the sprites.
Not all the sprites. It's just the background tiles I did not make, but all the enemies and projectiles and items and like playable characters, yes.
Excellent.
And if this goes on a little bit longer, I don't think we'll have enough time to see the final boss. But I guess you'll get to see that when you play the game on itch.io. You'll want to see the final boss for sure.
All right. Yes. Definitely check this out, itch.io. And thank you, Zane. And again, this is Power Core Crusade. And coming up next, we will have the Laundry Game Ultimate.
Hi, I'm Zeus, and Fridays are awesome.
And welcome back. I'm here at the IST with Kevin, the developer of the laundry game Ultimate. So, Kevin, right off the bat, let's talk about what's this game mechanic?
Okay, so my mechanic for the game is basically revolving around doing laundry. So I played the game Overcooked, and I really decided that I liked Overcooked, and that kind of game style is pretty unique. So I like that game style, and I wanted to also make a game, but I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do with it. So I asked my friend, and he said he always wanted to make a laundry game, believe it or not. So I said, I could probably do that. That doesn't sound too hard. And that's what I did.
Excellent. So, one of the requirements was to have enemies. What kind of enemies do you have in the game?
Oh, good question. My enemies are, there's a cat that's going to come after like one of the machines, and then there will be a dog that comes after a different type of machine, and then the final enemy is a goat. And what the goat does is, instead of going after the machine, he goes after the laundry that you're trying to do. So he'll actually just destroy the object before you can score it. And the way the scoring works is every time you throw a basket into the washer, like for instance, you have the brown basket that you wash and then dry. So when you throw the brown basket in the washer and then you try and score it, you'll get 1 point. But if you do the full cycle, which is wash and dry, you'll get 2 points.
Okay.
But if the goat eats it, you get 0 points.
Okay.
So we gotta look out for the goat.
Look out for the goat. Okay, so the game's starting up here.
Yes.
So, yeah, I see the blue thing. Is that a paint splotch, or is there something for that?
Actually, the asset is based upon a paint splotch, but what it is in the game is it's a puddle.
Okay.
So when the player enters the puddle, they're going to find their controls are a bit more difficult, and the player is a bit more difficult to maneuver around. So they're going to have some trouble in the puddle, so they got to steer clear. But it can also be used as an advantage. If you go through the puddle without moving your character, like trying to turn them, you're going to find that you actually have a speed boost because they're kind of slipping through the puddle a little bit, you know. So like that right there. Beautiful.
So, and then once they dry, you take them, the red arrows is leaving.
Yeah, so actually, good question. So the red arrows is where you take the basket once it's done, and then that's me interacting with the dog. See, he's right in front of the dryer right now, so if I were to take a basket, it would have bounced off the dog, but we got him up. So, yeah, the baskets spawn in on that green arrow, and then once you score it, you take it to the red arrow. But you can't just take a basket from the left side and put it in the right side because you'll get 0 score. It actually won't even try to accept it.
Okay, so you just have to bring the basket into the dryer. I see.
Yes. So right now, on the left there, I was trying to wash a basket, but the issue is the cat enemy spawned, and it's kind of tough to see, but if you look, the washer has a blue light on it. Normally, when the washer's ready, it's going to be green, but as long as the cat enemy is there, it's going to be blue. So now I'm going on the right side. I just got the bottle off of the shelf, and I'm going to bring it over to the cat and get him out of there, and we're going to see the lights turn green like that.
Okay. And so the cat takes out both sets of washers.
Yes. At first, he originally just took out one washer, but then I realized that the player could easily just go to the other washer and still kind of benefit.
Okay.
But I said, why not make it a little bit harder, you know?
There you go. How do you tell the difference between the baskets, and what kind of baskets do you have?
That's a wonderful question. So on the first level, you start out with just a washer and dryer machine to contend with. So you only have one basket, and that's just, you know, to wash and dry. And they're all going to be the brown basket. But as we get into the second level, we'll start to see, I believe, the red basket as well, and we'll have a new station, and that's going to be, the new machine will be the folding table. And so you need to wash, dry, and then fold the red basket.
Okay.
And then in the final level, we'll have 2 more baskets introduced. They have their own mechanic as well. That's going to be a dry cleaning bit, actually.
Excellent. So here, with these baskets, it's up to the player to know what stage the basket's at then.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So it kind of gives it a bit more difficulty to it as well. So like, if you notice, sometimes the baskets will go flying across the room. I did that purposefully. I gave them a ridiculous bouncy physics like that, as well as when a basket touches another basket, they have a script that even makes them launch a bit more.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make it pretty confusing and pretty hectic. You know, I like that hectic gameplay in Overcooked when everything's just kind of going wrong and you're like, oh, no, 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 no.
So in this situation, is there a timer or is it level end when you just get all the baskets done?
So actually, good question again. In the bottom right, counting up is a timer. We're at 3 minutes and 32 seconds out of 4 minutes and 40 seconds. And on the left, my score is at 20 right now. So we're actually about to win. I believe the next basket I turn in should be the winner. And I just shoved a basket through the wall and it came down right there because I have these boundaries. Because my physics is just so wonky with these baskets that I put boundaries all around the level so that if a basket does happen to try to leave, it will come right back. And it's going to be purposefully on that side because the car will be in the way and it's just going to make it that much harder to get to that basket again.
Okay. Excellent. Just like real dirty laundry.
Yeah. It's terrible.
All
But
right.
we're about to enter the second level here. If I can just get over there. Beautiful. So once you make enough money off the first level doing that laundry, you can proceed to the next level. You know, you got a bit of money together, planting those seeds. We're ready to go. And on this next level, we're going to see the table on the left side there. And then, see, that's the red basket. So what he's got to do is he's got to wash it and then dry it. See, you can't dry it yet. So we got to wash it and then dry it, and then we can go back to the table.
Yeah, and is that box? Oh, that's a washer. So you have 3 washers now.
Yep.
3 washers and a cat coming.
Yep, and the cat's just going to stop them all. But as long as there's a basket in that bottom one, see, now it won't, it'll let the cycle finish when the cat gets there, but it won't let any new cycles start. As well as the dog's going to do a sneaky maneuver behind the dryers there. He's a speed runner, you know, so he picks the optimal path. But we'll get him out of the way quickly.
So again, so it's interesting that you have to. I think the biggest problem I'd have with this game is I would forget where what stage each basket was at. I'm pretty sure that's what would cause me frustration.
Absolutely. And that is by design, as well as the alien abduction of that basket. We just like to make it a little difficult. But if I had to tweak the difficulty, what I would do is I would actually make the cycles a bit longer so that you could, you know, actually, because the cycles are very quick. But my idea in my head is to have multiple loads going. So like if you do lose one basket, you can always go to the next basket. You know, you would have more than one chance. Unless the cat comes along and he says no more baskets, and then you got to deal with the cat. So,
yeah, having the cat disable all washers, that's kind of OP actually.
It's OP, but your load's like, so you'll see the cat coming because he comes from the other side of the screen. So you're like, okay, I got to load all these washers right now or the cat's just going to stop me, because he doesn't stop the load from washing. What he does is he prevents any new ones from starting. So as long as you fill all your bases, like once your bases are loaded, you're ready to go to the next stage and you'll be good.
I see. So the red baskets are the ones you have to fold, right?
Yep.
And do they take longer to wash, or you just have to fold?
Yes. So they actually do have separate timers. I believe the washer stems from 5 seconds, and then the dryer is 7 seconds, and then the table folding is 6 seconds.
What would happen if I try to fold a brown basket?
It will just not let it happen.
Just won't let it happen.
It will not be able to even enter the table because there are checks for what specific stage the basket is in. So as soon as it collides with the table, it's probably just going to bounce it away.
Okay.
Because there is a little bit of a script to kind of give the basket a bit of a push, but that might also send the basket into the stratosphere depending on how the physics engine is feeling at the moment.
Excellent. Well, what are your future plans for this game?
Actually, I think this game would work pretty well on mobile because the controls are super simple. So all you do is you have WASD, you move the character, you know, and then you have the spacebar. The spacebar does every sort of interaction with the world. So as long as I'm holding a basket, I'm holding down the spacebar. As long as I go up to like the cat, I can press the spacebar. But if I don't have the bottle in my inventory, the cat's just gonna keep going there. And then otherwise, the cat will wake up if I have the bottle. But it's all done by spacebar and WASD. So I think a mobile port is definitely in my future.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, thank you very much, Kevin Baker, the developer of Ultimate Laundry Game.
Thank you.
And
very
you
much.
play on itch.io. Coming up next, It's Just Me.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
All right, and welcome back. We are here with Luke Thompson, the developer of Pico Snail Dream Castle. So, Luke, tell us a little bit about the game.
So, Pico Snail Dream Castle is a game that's inspired by a musician known as Snail's House. They make music that is often like video gamey. It has a lot of video game noises in it. And it's made in a program known as Pico 8. So Pico 8 is this program that replicates how an older console would operate, like an NES or an SNES. So the screen is only 128 by 128 pixels, and there's only 16 colors, including black. So this game is a platformer, and I wanted to try to fit as much as I could into the game as I possibly could, even with all the limitations that Pico 8 has.
Excellent. So tell us about the mechanic here.
So in the game, you play as Snail-chan, and you can run and jump, and you can also use your wand. Normally, when you jump and use your wand, you can just hit enemies or jump over obstacles and stuff. But there are also stars around the place that you can pick up, and when you pick them up, it makes it so that you can jump once in the air as well, and also allows you to shoot stars with your wand.
Okay. And then, is there a limit to how many stars you can hold?
Nope, there's no limit. But there's only a certain amount on the level, and they only reappear once you use them. So you have to be careful how you use them, because also, the stars don't only count as a power, they also count as your health. So if you get hit with no stars, you actually die. So you want to keep as many stars as you can to prevent yourself from, when you get hit, you can recover afterwards.
Okay. So, what inspired you for the platform genre? Like, why the platform genre?
Well, I think mostly because it's something that it's an interesting challenge to overcome, because because Pico 8 doesn't have like in Unity you can just put a collider on something and it makes it collide with things. In Pico 8 they don't have any of that. It's pure code. The only things that you can do is draw pixels onto the screen and take memory from certain places in the console's memory. So I had to program all the collisions for the platforming by hand. So there's like a tile map, and you have to calculate, when you hit this side wall, you have to move it back so that it's not clipping into the wall and stuff like that. So it was an interesting challenge to overcome those things, and also make an interesting game after overcoming all those problems.
So you did all the parallax background, the foreground.
Yeah. It's all just because the only things that you can really do visually is draw a pixel to the screen, or draw a sprite, which just contains a bunch of pixels. So you have to do all the math for how they're laid out on the screen, and also, so for the parallax, it just has it so that when the camera moves, it only moves a little bit if it's further away, but if it's closer to you and the camera moves, it moves a lot more. And that's how you do the parallax.
Okay. So you had to do all the sprite layering by your hand.
Yeah. So you just have to do the draw calls in a specific order, and that determines which ones are on top of the other ones.
Excellent. That's good. Now, so is this actually mimicking like an assembly language, or is it in C or C?
It's in the language that it uses is a very simple language. It's kind of meant to replicate like a weird mixture between C and BASIC. It's called Lua.
Okay.
It has a lot of weird quirks to it, like arrays start at 1 instead of 0, which is a little bit weird, but you're still able to do a lot of stuff in it. It's mainly the biggest limitation in it is that you can only have 1,892 tokens, and tokens are like this arbitrary number for how many operations the code does. So you can only have that many operations in the entirety of the code. You can't go above that limit, or else the cartridge can't be made. So you have to fit all the code into that small file size.
Oh well, that's definitely challenging. Excellent. So you just wanted to go for the challenge, and so you chose to use this instead of like more modern.
And also because it's got kind of a nice aesthetic to it, since the screen is so small. It's like it makes it seem like a tiny little thing that you can almost like hold, but it's just like you try to fit as much as you can into it.
And I definitely feel the cartridge feel. I will give you that. Yeah.
Pico 8 also has this funny thing where you can export an image file as the game, and the actual game, because it's so small, can be like encoded in the image file itself. So you can just send people the image file rather than an actual executable, and if they have Pico 8, they can just say, I want this image file as the game, and it'll play the game from the image.
Nice, excellent. Is there any music? I mean, we have the video on mute. Right now.
I made one track. It's a kind of straight, like I tried to cover one of the tracks of the musician. I think it's okay. I could be better, but there's just one of them, and it just plays on the main menu and also at a special part at the end of the game.
All right. Excellent. So here we are on the 3rd level, I believe, right? Or is this the 2nd level?
I don't remember. Maybe 4th.
4th level.
Yeah.
So how many levels do you make?
I made, I tried to, so there's like 7 levels. The last level, it doesn't really have anything in it. It's just like a credits level that has stuff in it. But so yeah, I try to fit as many different locations in it. So there's a field which has grass and flowers in it. Then there's a place that has a bunch of buildings in the background, like a town. And then there's inside the castle, which has all the windows where you can see outside, and also pillars that obstruct your view sometimes. And then there's on top of the tower, which is like you're on top of the rooftops. And then there's another one, but I won't spoil what that last one is. I kind of want people to see what the last levels are like by themselves.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, for sure. We don't spoil everything. All right. What are your future plans for this game? Are you going to develop it further, or you think you're good with this?
There's some small things that I need to tweak. Some people have said that it's a little bit difficult, and that's understandable since I made it. I know all the little tricks you can do to defeat the enemies easier, but other people don't know that. And also there's books that you can collect in the levels that are like little secret collectibles that you have to go through extra effort to get before you finish the level. And those ones just have text in it that you can read. And right now the text in them don't really have anything of importance, but I want to add something to it to make some kind of story to it.
Excellent, excellent. So you said it was a little bit challenging to play. The mechanics seem straightforward enough. What would your advice be for someone who's maybe not very familiar with platformers?
I think it's mostly just trying to play it safe, because if you try to rush in too quickly, or like when you have a bunch of stars but you just spam the wand attack button, you'll waste all those stars. And then if you get hit, you die instantly because you don't have any left. So it's about kind of conserving what you have and playing it a little bit safe and trying to just catch all the enemies off guard, or know how they react so that you can predict exactly when you need to hit them.
Excellent. So this is this is level 7?
This one is, oh yeah, so here you can see how you can read the book. Right now there's just a bunch of random stuff in it about cats and cheese. So I think that this is almost the end of the gameplay. This is just showing off some other things into it. That one at the bottom there, that's the newer level that has kind of the secret thing that I'm trying to keep a secret.
All right, excellent. Well, any other things you would like to talk about the game or mechanics?
I think it's just that the aesthetic of it, I tried to keep it kind of like a Kirby game, where it's about since the musician was kind of inspired by Kirby, they have a lot of tracks about dreams and sleeping, and Kirby games are about Planet Popstar and about dreams and stuff. And so it's got that kind of aesthetic to it, and I try to keep it kind of like appealing in a way that it's like a story, or like a bedtime story, you know.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. This is Luke Thompson again, the developer of Pico Snail Dream Castle. Play it on itch.io. Remember, the Florida Poly Scavenger Hunt is open, and please rate the games on the Game Expo, on the Game Jam on itch.io. Thank you. And welcome back. I'm here with Adam Day, the developer of Escape to the Surface, and welcome back to the Florida Poly Game Expo. So Adam, tell me about your game.
Well, essentially it's a 2D platformer with 3D elements. It's got combat mechanics in it, and it's got some blessing mechanics too, and just those are the general aspects of the game.
General aspects of the game. All right, so I noticed you have on the advertisement you had a sword. So you start out. Would you describe this as kind of a Metrovania style, or is it more linear than that?
One of my classmates actually made a really good gave a really good example of this game. They said it was like a game called Dead Cells. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's just like a melee slasher. You get through the levels and try not to get defeated, get sent away. But I'd say it's pretty similar to Metrovania.
Okay. Is exploration like a big deal, a big part of it, or?
To be honest, there's only like 3 levels. So if you thoroughly explore each level, you will collect all the items, and that will definitely help you in completing the game. I mean, if you don't collect all of them, it's still possible. It's just a lot tougher.
Okay. All right. And what inspired you to make this style of game?
Well, 2D platformers have been like really the basis of games, like Mario, Super Mario, and on the Nintendo, and just like you can really go in whichever direction you want with platformer games. Like you can make them super realistic, you can make them super cartoony, and it's just honestly I always enjoy any 2D platformer that I play.
Fair enough. So I noticed here you had some trouble with that jump. What's the mechanic since suddenly you were able to jump higher?
So there's blessings in the game, and blessings are pretty much like power-ups. And for like the first level, as we saw, there is a jump where you have to grab a key to unlock the door to get to the next level. And in order to reach that jump, you need to use your blessing so you can reach the platform to get to the key to get to the next level.
Okay. All right, excellent. And did you get to keep the blessing, or is
Oh
it...
yeah, the blessings they will transfer between each level that you play. So once you get that jump power up, it's with you for the rest of the game.
Oh, okay, excellent. And so tell me about the bad guys. We have the kind of the obligatory...
So these guys they're kind of like just generic goblins. They walk to you, and then they shank you if they get too close. And sometimes you'll occasionally get stuck like that. It does happen, but I patched that out so where you could jump after getting stuck, and this is just an older recording of the game, but it'll happen with the colliders and stuff.
Okay, all right. No, it's interesting. At first I thought you had the sword stuck in the ceiling. I thought that was a really cool mechanic. All right, so this level 2, what was that second enemy, the bigger one?
They're like so there's 3 different variations. I'll just go through them real quick. There's the green ones, and they deal less damage than the yellow ones, and then the red ones deal the most damage. But each variation of enemy will deal more damage than the other enemies.
Okay, and I'm not seeing you taking damage here. So is there
Well, the main reason for that is the way your health works is that it works on the opacity of your health bar. So as you take damage, the opacity of your health gets lower, and it'll eventually be see-through once your health's super low.
Okay. So that's good. I'll keep an eye out for that. All right. Excellent. So here, what was the blessing for this level?
There are multiple blessings, but this is I believe level 2. So the blessings in that level are it's like a player reach to extend your range, and then the next one I believe is a damage upgrade, but I don't think I've gotten to that one yet. So I think it must be the player reach blessing that you're given. But the blessings are supposed to be kind of hidden. You're supposed to experience them through combat.
Mm-hmm. I can see the health bar going more transparent now that you mentioned it. Excellent. All right. What would you say the most difficult or most challenging component of making this game was?
Honestly, the UI gave me some trouble. Obviously, it doesn't look too appeasing at the moment, but trying to make it like I guess make sure the items saved through levels was, a little interesting, which I eventually picked up. I guess once you click on that health potion, it gets applied to your health. Like that was not too difficult, but it did take a decent amount of work to get working properly. And sometimes the AI pathing kind of doesn't work out. But after grinding through all that, I eventually was able to smooth it all out to make it playable.
What would you do differently, or would you do anything differently as far as mechanic if you had to do it all over again?
In regards to mechanic, honestly, I'd probably add more blessings. I feel like there wasn't very much variety in terms of blessings, and I feel like I could have added more. But in terms of like level design rather than mechanic, I feel like there wasn't as much aesthetic value given to each of the levels. Like there's not very much that looks like it separates it, but like if you really look into it, there's like different textures to the walls, different models, just the general.
So what was the name Escape to the Surface? What are you just because you're trying to get out of the dungeon? It seems like you're in a castle more than a cave. Like was that?
Yeah, it's a dungeon. I mean, if you walk to like an exterior wall, you can't really notice because of how dark it is. But like you're underground, you're trying to break. You like once you start in that first level, you're in like a jail cell, and your goal is just to get out of the dungeon, just find your way out. Enact your righteous vengeance on your enemies.
Excellent. Do you have any plans to continue or modify this game in the future?
Not really, but if some people like what I started with, then I'd be willing to add more to it. It's like after we escape from the dungeon, what's next? Start in the surface. Start purging the evils of the world.
Excellent. Any other thoughts on the game mechanic or anything else you want to mention about the game?
Well, nothing about the game, but I do have a special announcement. It's actually my mother's birthday, so I just wanted to wish her happy birthday and that I hope her day is going well, and I hope everyone at home is doing well today.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much, Adam Day again, developer of Escape to the Surface. And coming up next, we will have Bumper Bugs. Welcome back. We are at the IST Sim Lab, and I'm here with Philip and Nikhil, the developers of Bumper Bugs. So, tell us a little bit about the game. This is a multiplayer game?
Yes, Bumper Bugs is a multiplayer mini game, pretty much.
Okay.
You and up to 3 other friends go around the board collecting berries and avoiding enemies and trying to avoid each other. If you and a friend or an enemy try to enter the same space at the same time, you'll bump, and neither of you will get anything out of it.
Okay. Do you is it turn based?
Yes.
Okay.
Every 5 seconds, a turn happens, and everyone moves at the same time. You as soon as you make an input, your move is locked in, and you have to live with it.
Excellent. I see how this is going to be interesting. All right. So that's kind of a novel mechanic. What was the inspiration for it?
The inspiration was a combination of very old General Flash games and Mario Party games. Some of the Mario Party mini games thrive on the ability to have simplicity while still promoting interaction. Whereas the old Flash games generally used very novel and basic mechanics while still ensuring that everyone had a very clear objective. They were prime on ensuring that every player could very easily get into the game and just play with their friends, have a very good time very fast.
Okay. So starting up here, so what is the strategy that you would recommend, or how to play it? Like, I mean, obviously you don't want to bump into anyone else, but is there any sort of strategies or objectives to collect the berries?
Well, you're gonna want to get the bigger ones. The bigger ones are worth more points.
Okay.
And although they look spiky and kind of like obstacles, they are actually very helpful to have.
Okay. Now, do you get to see which direction the spider is moving before you make your decision?
Yes. Spiders, every enemy except for the fly will turn in the direction that it wants to move. And spiders like to move along the columns.
Okay.
There are also beetle enemies that like to move along the rows. But flies will go wherever they please.
All right.
So they're unpredictable.
And your bumper bug is the one that's highlighted.
Yes. The one that I'm playing as is the player 2 bumper bug, which is highlighted with a light. On the other players' screens, they are highlighted instead.
Okay. Excellent. What would you say the most challenging part of developing this game was?
You want to take that one?
Honestly, it's
I
just a
continue.
matter of getting the networking done, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was mainly the networking, making sure everything was synced up, making sure that the logic for bumping worked properly, and just making sure everything played nicely. At one point, we had a bug where berries would spawn in the place that a player or enemy would go, and the entire game would just stop right there. Nothing would move from then on.
So the bumper bugs had a bug.
Yeah.
Excellent. So what happens if I do collide with the bug? Does it take all my berries away? Does it just not count whatever berry was in that square?
It doesn't count whatever berry was in the square, and I believe there's a point penalty at the end of the round.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then I haven't seen a beetle enemy yet. Is that a different?
Oh yeah, enemies are randomized.
Every round is made to be unique, so each of the enemies are randomly spawned in instead of having the same enemy layout every single game. So that way, every game feels unique among your friends.
Excellent, excellent. And I noticed there's the red bumper bug and the yellow bumper bug, or is that the beetle?
Oh no, that's my friend. He was playing yellow, and then we
Okay.
kept bumping into each other.
So you have the option to select which. What are your different bug models?
There's red, orange, yellow, and green, and each of them also has a dot indicating what number player they are. Player 1 has 1 dot, player 2 has 2, 3,
Okay.
4, etc.
Excellent. So you got this one working on the virtual servers?
We did. I think it crashed today.
Yeah, it worked last night, I believe, because we were trying to test it a lot last night to figure it out. This morning, we ran into some issues, but because of the time constraint, obviously, at that point, it's very tricky to know if it actually ended up working out.
I maybe just restart the server. There was a
Yeah.
connectivity issue this morning at the very beginning, but yeah. No, this looks good. What would you say if you had more time? What would you move? What would you modify with this game?
I'd probably make the rounds a little bit faster. The 5 second time on the turn is a little bit slow. But like, so making it last a lot less longer would have made it like just faster paced and more interesting.
I'm a speed demon, so I would have timed it down all the way to like minimum possible.
Half-second rounds, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you thought about like what it would take to go to like more like a real-time system with it, or do you think that would take away from the core
I
mechanic?
think it would take away from the mechanic.
Yeah.
I really do think it's better off turn based.
Okay. Well, excellent. Do you have any plans on continuing development with this after the Game Expo?
Maybe. I know our third partner wanted to advance the AI a little bit. He created extra little code for the spider and fly that would make the fly prefer to go towards berries and the spider prefer to go towards players.
Oh.
But it didn't show up when I tested it with my friends.
Okay. And has up to 4 players or
Up to 4 players. Enemies scale with players too, so the more players you have, the more enemies there will be.
Excellent. Now, since it is randomly generated, have you? What happens if an enemy runs into you? You don't.
If an enemy runs into you, I believe there's 2 things that can happen. First, if you were trying to move in the same space as an enemy was trying to move, the enemy takes priority and it moves to that spot, and you're just stuck where you were.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't move and an enemy is trying to get to your spot, I believe you are forced back to your beginning position, and you have to start all over.
Okay.
You still keep your points though.
Okay. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And if you guys, do you have anything else you want to say about the game?
I think it's really fun actually.
Looks fun.
Like me and my friends had so much fun playing on land just to get that footage. And we were like, don't you do it. Don't you bump into me. I'm trying to get to that one.
It really does feel like I'm a kid again when I play this like game. It definitely feels like when I was like a child and I just, log onto my like Adobe Flash game, just play with my friends, just have a good time for like the 30 minutes I get to be on a computer, get off, and it's like just enjoy it here and there.
Nice. It does have that retro kind of just pick up the game and drop it when you're done type feel. That's very nice. I will thank you guys very much. Again, Philip and Nikhil and Bumper Bugs, and you can play that on itch.io. And coming up next will be The Speed of Gravity.
The crash of their ship leaves our heroes stranded on an alien planet full of unknown dangers and beings creeping through the shadows. Do you have what it takes to guide them? Find out when Orbits releases on April 23rd.
Winter is the season to spite the cold, shopping in stores where fun is sold. But winter exists beyond excitement and thrills. Others simply get by through shivers and chills. Spare a thought for the snowman. How have they felt? These tortured snow creatures wish only to
So, thank you. We're back at IST, and we want to thank you personally for coming and watching the Spring 2021 Spring Game Expo. I'm here with different support staff and faculty have been helping. So we have Dr. Demerol, Luke Merman, and Christian Navarro. My name is Brad Toll, and this has been a great time. I also want to put a shout out for Liam Powell and Jack Trainer, who assisted with some of the virtual machines and server infrastructure. So, you guys have any comments?
I think it's been a great one. Being live on Twitch, getting to showcase the games students have worked on throughout the semester. Definitely a great experience.
It was a great opportunity to bring students, developers, into the simulation lab
to showcase their creativity. There's so much new, creative, unexpected game types this year. Just really mind-boggling.
Yeah, one thing I'm constantly surprised about and pleasantly surprised about is like the variety of mechanics that come out. I try to keep the final assignment kind of open-ended, but I'm still shocked at how varied the different game mechanics are.
And this semester we had single player games, multiplayer games, so we had a variation in that as well.
We saw 2D games, 3D games, from RTS to platformer to squad based. A lot of variety in games, a lot of variety in the creativity, in the narrative. We saw a lot of variety in the graphics, even from 3D modeling, very unique shaders to 1-bit type coloring.
Again, the Florida Poly scavenger hunt will stay open until Sunday at 6 o'clock. So please enroll in that if you haven't. And also the games will be up on itch.io. Please play them. You can judge them with the Game Jam criteria. When are we going to announce the winners?
It'll be, I believe, Sunday night.
Sunday night.
Sunday night it goes live.
Sunday night we'll have the winners announced for it. Anything else?
I want to thank Constantine and the Sim Lab.
Oh, yes.
Setting up the space. I think the production has been great for the Game Expo.
All right. So, you guys have any other comments?
No, it's just a great experience. If you enjoyed seeing the games, make sure that you plan on helping make a game next semester. Get involved. There are many ways to get involved. Some of it might just be volunteering to help out with the production end. Or it could be with graphics. It could be with sound design. Big thing is to get involved and have fun. Next semester, it's going to be even bigger and better. So if you enjoyed it this year, just imagine what it's going to be like next semester.
And if you're watching this and you're a high school student and you're interested in making games or learning how to do interactive graphical applications, check out Florida Poly. We have a great program.
And if you're not a Game Dev 1 or Game Dev 2 student next semester, you can also submit your games as independent teams. So definitely do that.
It's never too early to start learning game development, especially if you're interested in it.
Nice.
Definitely. All right. Well, this has been the 2021 Spring Game Expo. Thank you guys so much again for visiting.
What are you doing?
And this is
Plug for the lab. Come on, Sim Lab. Yeah.
We already said Sim Lab.
Straight from
Sim
me.
Lab again.
All right. And we will.